This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, policies, and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, you can mark your attendance. Okay, Ms. Jones is running about an hour late from work, so she will be joining us as quickly as she can. Okay, sorry, I rearranged my papers. So next up on the agenda will be our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Gosh?
Mr. Brooks, if you would lead us in the invocation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Let us pray. Lord, we gather here this evening to conduct the business of the district. We acknowledge the time of uncertainty, strong emotions, and opinions. We ask for wisdom, patience, and clarity as decisions are discussed and voices are heard. May we listen with respect, speak with integrity, and act with the best interest of our students at the center of all we do. Bring calm where there is tension and understanding where there is disagreement. Let this meeting be guided by professionalism, fairness, and a shared commitment to serving the Judson community well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors.
Colors. Forward. March. Center. Face. Crease and arms.
Our pledge leader this evening is Brielle Blockley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms. Center, face. Forward, march. Color guard, hold. Ready, step. Hold. Place. Three, set, arms. Order, arms. Forward, march. Forward, march.
You may be seated. Tonight, we'd like to recognize our pledge leader, Brielle Blockley. Brielle is a second grade student at Selma Elementary School. She is a dual language learner and a gifted and talented student. She is actively involved in St. Monica's Ballet Folklorico, the Girl Scouts, and the Selma Music Club, where she builds leadership and academic skills. She also represents her school as a Converse crocodile swimmer. Thank you for leading us in our pledges, Brielle. Today's color guard was led by the Wagner High School JROTC color guard, under the leadership of Sergeant First Class Wayne Harper, Chief Michael Good, and Master Sergeant Joseph Dudley. Today's color guard was commanded by U.S. Flag Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Noah Perez, Texas Flag Cadet Staff Sergeant Angel Sarabia, U.S. Guard Cadet Captain Lieutenant Nicholas Brangner, Texas Guard Cadet Captain Sergeant Brandon Dominguez. Thank you. For today's recognitions, we want to start with our counselors. The Counselors Reinforcing Excellence for Students in Texas, the CREST Award, is sponsored by the Texas School Counselor Association, TSCA, and is awarded to school counseling programs that meet CREST requirements. CREST is a continuous improvement process that school counseling programs can use to demonstrate effective communication and a commitment to obtaining excellence in student outcomes, both academically and emotionally. Judson ISD is proud to announce that we have 3 outstanding counselors that were awarded CREST Awards. We have 2 that are unable to be here tonight, Ms. Amy Hadas from Fine Arts Academy at Olympia and Mira Estrada from Copperfield Elementary. But tonight, we have Ms. Christy Duhart from Escondido Elementary with her principal, Ms. Esmeralda Garza. This award recognizes schools across Texas that appropriately utilize their professional school counselors and demonstrate a continuous commitment to building a campus team and programs. The award winners engage their expertise to provide students with the classroom guidance, college and career readiness, and social emotional skills needed to be academically successful and well prepared for life. Congratulations, we are so proud of your accomplishment. Next up, we have the Judson ISD Community Connections Award. This award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. Tonight, we are honored to recognize 2 individuals whose kindness and commitment are helping Judson ISD students see a brighter future, literally. Tito and Don Cubriel, representing Birdies for Better Sight, and the Essilor Luxottica Foundation One Sight, have gone above and beyond to ensure that every child has the opportunity to see the world clearly. Because of Birdies of Sight, Candlewood Elementary students who struggled with their vision, Screener received full eye exams, chose their own frames, and received brand new glasses, all at no cost to their families. Mr. Cubriel and his team coordinate with local doctors who generously close their practices for the day so students can receive the care they need. As he reminds us, many children don't even realize they aren't seeing the world as the way they should. Because of their work, that changes the moment a student tries on their first pair of glasses. Birdies for Better Sight helps make these life-changing vision clinics possible. Their shared passion ensures that students not only perform better in the classroom, but step forward with greater confidence in every part of their lives. We thank you for your investment in the students of Judson ISD. Thank you. Last but not least, January is School Board Appreciation Month. With the theme, Our Future is Public. Judson ISD is proud to be one of 1,200 public school districts that are educating the future of Texas, including a workforce critical to the success of our state. The month-long observance is an opportunity for members of our community to strengthen their understanding of the crucial role school boards play in uplifting public education and representing their representatives. On behalf of Judson ISD, we extend our appreciation to you. What you do, what you say, and how you represent Judson ISD has a tremendous impact on lives of our students, staff, and the community. Tonight, we recognize our Judson ISD school board members, Monica Ryan, board president, Amanda Poteet, vice president, Leslie Lee, secretary, Suzanne Canoyer, trustee, Jose Macias, Jr., trustee, Stephanie Jones, trustee, and Laura Stanford, trustee. Thank you. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening.
Okay, next on our agenda is the public comment period. This is a time for citizens, staff, parents, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings, except through the proper channels. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comment. Anyone who wanted to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting was required to sign up prior to the start of the meeting. Each public comment speaker will be allowed to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. Yielding of time to other speakers is not permitted. Speakers need to keep their comments civil and courteous and avoid using profanity. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss students who are not their own. While speakers may criticize any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service of the board, personal attacks or complaints about individuals will not be allowed. If you have a specific complaint against an individual, I am required to stop you and direct you to seek resolution through the district's grievance process. DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for parent or student complaints, and GF for community complaints. The grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration office. Thank you. Our first public comment speaker is Mr. Gilbert Flores, and he will be followed by Matthew Fields.
Thank you. I just want to say, after all I've been reading in the paper and everything, this board is an embarrassment to the district employees and to the constituents. You all need to put your petty differences aside and work together to get this district moving in the right direction. Lord knows we need to go there. We have enough problems that need addressing, and we have enough of the 4-3 votes that divide this board. You need to work together. You are elected to make a difference with this school district, and you have only made it worse. I served on this board from 2006 to 2018. When I left the board, the district was ranked 562 out of 956 districts, 956 districts, meaning that we were better than 42% of the districts. As of 2025, Judson ranks 768 out of 961 districts, meaning that you are no better than 20% of the school boards and we have a D ranking. There's 5 districts in this San Antonio area that have a D rating. San Antonio ISD, Harlandale ISD, Edgewood ISD, South San ISD, and Judson ISD. As a district, this board has led us to the level of urban districts, struggling urban districts. As a board, you have led us to the level of South San. I've been in contact with Mike Morath and have asked that the TEA does not let us fall to the level of South San before they come in and take over the district. That's a recommendation. And you know that you all have 3 duties: to hire a superintendent, to pass a balanced budget, and to set policy. Don't try to run the district. Nobody is qualified on this board to be an administrator. If you do have those qualifications, please take it somewhere else and get hired at another district. We need to get this district moving in the right direction. And that comes having to deal with each other and having to walk through things. The one constant on the board since I left, and the most seasoned board member, I just have to say congratulations to you, sir. It took you 7 years to drop us 206 places to get us to the level where we're at today. But this is on all of you. It's not just one member. You all need to get it together. You didn't pass a tax. They told you no. And who's going to say, if you're going to try to pass it again in November? What do you think they're going to say? Having to put up with this.
Mr. Flores,
Just go ahead, yes.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up,
Okay,
sir. I'm
thank
so
you.
sorry. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next up is Matthew Fields, and on deck is David Glasgow.
Am I good? Congratulations. Last time I spoke to you all, I told you that the community wasn't hearing the good in our district. All they were hearing was, and I quote myself, venomous words that are perpetuating hate and division that denigrates our students, staff, and local officials and has created a divide that is a mile wide. I asked you then formally to stop the rhetoric and change your path towards solidarity. So again, congratulations. You have failed. In the past 2 weeks, I have seen the board not only post blatant lies, but I have seen FERPA-protected information released by a board member. I have seen board members attacked for allegedly abusing their spouses. I have seen board members berated, put down, and I have seen board members' children threatened. And to put the icing on the cake, I saw a board member attack a person's religious constitution because they felt attacked by a community member. And I won't even address the trash posted about Dr. Gosh. All of this toxicity is a product of you all. Not Monica and her puppets, not Jose and his daily vlogs. This is all of you. Demand better from yourselves. Demand better from your colleagues. My department is over safety and security, and at this point, your online rhetoric is violating board policy, BBF, among others, leaving people feeling angry and unsafe. BBF states, and I will quote it, "Equity and attitude. I will be fair, just, and impartial in all my decisions and actions. I will accord others the respect I wish for myself. I will encourage expression of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas." After that, I'll point you to BBFB and tell you to look at abuse of official capacity and misuse of official information. So once again, congratulations on your failure to be the leaders of this district, to put your selfishness aside and to lead with integrity. As I stated on my Facebook post, it's time to stop the childishness and start acting like the officials you were elected to be. You don't have to like each other. You don't even need to talk to each other. I suggested on Facebook, the Facebook post, that perhaps Ms. Ryan should seek and listen to the people, and if they say that she's being abrasive, then she should probably look into crucial conversation training. But this week has shown me that maybe I should have addressed that message to the entire board. Now stop. We are watching you. The community, the staff, the students, they are all watching. And you are making many of us physically ill with the stress of your rhetoric. Stop. Let's get back to work and act like adults again. We are here for the children, not here to be the children.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Okay, next up is David Glasgow, and up on deck is Jessica McMillan. Go ahead, Mr. Glasgow.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Glasgow. I graduated Wagner High School in 2010. Dr. Fields, I had the pleasure of being my principal. And I just wanted to come today to say that I am not that proud to be a graduate of JISD at this moment. I think the actions that have occurred here lately have been just to put it firmly, a lack of leadership. And I just think also that there's been a lack of transparency that you guys as leaders do owe the whole community, which I think has not been on display here throughout this whole process. And quite frankly, I'm just ashamed of it. And I wish, as the two people in front of me said, I wish that we could find some way to resolve differences in a correct manner, but in a manner that's adequate and that represents the needs of the people and not within the board. So I just wanted to come and show my support for Dr. Fields. I owe that to him. Many other people owe that to him in my age group, some peers of mine as well. And I just wanted you guys to hear it from my mouth to your ears, because I just think it's a total witch hunt which is going on. There's no probable cause for his dismissal or paid administrative leave, and there's no reasonable suspicion to get to that point. And if there was, then I do think that you guys owe us all transparency, which has not been present throughout any of this process. So I think that you all are superheroes. You should be viewed as superheroes if you're going to be leaders. And I think the thing is, you need to stop flying over the communities that you're sworn to protect and start walking through them. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. Okay, next up is Jessica McMillan, and on deck is Carolina Mencia.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. So my name is Jessica McMillan, and I am an employee with American Landmark Property Management. I'm here to share an initiative that we have launched, one that is designed to support educators and students and the broader community in a meaningful and practical way. As we all know, educators today face increasing challenges, including rising housing costs and limited time and resources. At the same time, many students need additional academic support outside of the school day, especially in the communities in which they live. Our Educator in Residence program was created to help address both of these needs. Through this program, we are seeking 3 educators to live on site in one of our 3 communities rent-free. In exchange, participants commit to just 3 hours of tutoring per week for resident students. Tutoring sessions would take place in the evening, and educators would have access to our community clubhouse as a dedicated quiet space for instruction. This is not a full-time position and not intended to replace an educator's current role. Instead, it's a housing and community support initiative that allows educators to continue their full-time work while making a meaningful impact right where students and adults live. By reducing housing costs, we hope to ease some of the financial burden educators face, while also strengthening academic support and community engagement. We are looking for educators with broad and adaptable skill sets, including K-12 teachers, ESL and language instructors, literacy specialists, tutors, and educators with experience in academic support or life skills instruction. Ideal candidates are those who enjoy working with diverse populations and are passionate about building relationships. The goal is not just tutoring, but connection, creating a trusted academic presence that students and families can rely on. We believe this program has the potential to benefit everyone involved. Educators gain housing stability, students receive consistent academic support, and communities become stronger and more engaged. I appreciate your time this evening and would welcome the opportunity to partner with your district by sharing this program with educators who may be interested. I do have flyers available via email with QR codes to apply, and all of our apartments are located within the San Antonio district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. I see Dr. Gosh furiously writing down your information, so she will most likely be contacting you next week. So thank you for coming. Okay, next up is Carolina Mencia, and on deck is Mr. Willis.
Good evening, members of the Judson ISD Board, Acting Superintendent, staff, and community members. My name is Carolina Mencia. I'm a former student of the district. I attended Judson ISD from kindergarten through 12th grade and graduated from Judson Early College Academy. My connection to this district runs deep. My siblings are current students. Many of my friends attend Judson ISD schools, and my mom works for the district every day. I am here tonight not only as an alumna, but as someone who remained actively engaged with this district for years. I attended board meetings while I was still in high school, and I continue to attend them now as a university student because I believe staying informed matters. Over that time, I have seen a major shift in how this board operates, and it is incredibly disappointing to witness what it has become. At the most recent special board meeting, there was insufficient notice given to the public, making it difficult for family, staff, and community members to even attend. More concerning, a board member stated multiple times during the meeting that they themselves were not aware of the meeting until very late, and that the superintendent wasn't involved in creating the agenda. That alone should raise serious concerns about transparency and process. At the same time, there appears to be a push to remove Dr. Fields from his position, despite overwhelming public support from students, parents, educators, and community members who spoke about his dedication and tireless work he does for the district. When so many people stand up to express how valued a leader is, it is alarming to see the efforts made to push that leader out. From the outside, and to many of us watching, it feels as though personal agendas are taking priority over what benefits students. Some board members claim that they are heartbroken, list all the great things Dr. Fields has done, and then turn around and support actions that undermine him. That is not leadership. It is hypocrisy. Students and families see through that. Empty sympathy means nothing when actions tell a different story. What is especially frustrating is hearing calls for full transparency while consistently receiving none. Transparency cannot be selective. It can only apply when it is convenient. While this board engages in internal conflicts, students are left with uncertainty. They don't care about politics or power struggles. They care about safe schools, strong programs, supportive teachers, and stable leadership. They deserve adults who work together, not against one another. This district shaped who I am today. That is why it is so painful to stand here and say the way this board currently operates is failing the very students it was elected to serve. I urge you to reflect on your actions, your priorities, and the message you are sending. Please refocus on our students, restore transparency, and lead with integrity. Our students are watching, our community is watching, and they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mencia. Okay, and last up is the illustrious Mr. Scott Willis.
I don't know how many of you can see me right now because there's something sitting right there in the middle of this board. And it seems that everybody in here can't.
Go to the microphone, sir.
I get going over the microphone. There's an 800-pound gorilla right there. Right there. And that gorilla is a $35 million hole in our budget. I'm not seeing any debate on that here at this board. I see it on Facebook. You guys have actually gotten me to go on social media. Shame on you. But anyway. You still haven't seen a comment from me. But, my God, folks, please. This is a time for hard decisions and serious people that are willing to work. People that need to be making decisions that they don't like, but the person that's opposite them doesn't like it either. This is called compromise. This is the time for it. November's meeting, December's meeting, and now January's meeting. You're going to be, I guess tonight about the Planning and Growth Committee, you're going to talk about that? That's great. That's less than 15% of our budget hole. The only other kind of debate I hear about the budget happens with he said, she said, back and forth on Facebook. This is ridiculous, folks. You only meet once a month. Here's how it goes. There are 3,000 people working this district right now. They need an opportunity to decide what they're going to do with their futures, and you are giving them anxiety. You're making them worried about their mortgages. You're making them worried about, do I have to find a job clear across town? Do I have to move to Austin? What do I need to do this? But you're not making any of these decisions. You keep pushing it back. It's 60-something days now. Next meeting, it's going to be 90. Guys, please. I can get in my car and drive off into the sunset and retire. Okay? But not everybody's in that position. The cooks, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, the paras, all the people that make the schools work, they're terrified right now. And you're not helping. It's okay if we're going to lose our jobs. It's okay for us to lose our jobs, but give us an opportunity to lose them or know that we're going to lose them as soon as we can so we can start making decisions. That's the fair thing to do for your constituents. People work in school districts. We're the lowest paid professionals that there are in the United States. We do it because many of us are called to it. I didn't know I was called to it until I was in my 50s. But we do it, and people cook food for the kids because they're called to it. And the janitor that puts the little toilet paper roses on the teachers' bathrooms, she's called to do it. She doesn't have to do that. But she's worried about is she going to have a job this summer? And if she's not, times are tough. Unemployment's going up. They need to know now to try and get that time to find that job. It's not like a couple of years ago where you could go, hey, I'm for hire. I could be hired, and everybody goes, oh, please come over to us. We need you right now. So my time's up. But please, there's a 35 million pound gorilla right there. It's time to start dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Okay, and that concludes our public comment. So now we will move on to the superintendent report. So I will turn it over to
Point of personal
acting-
privilege, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Okay, I wrote down some things so that I could make this quick. But Robert's Rules of Orders discourages directly calling someone a liar in meetings because it's inflammatory. Calling someone a liar escalates conflict and hinders productive discussion, making resolutions difficult. It violates principles of civility and decorum, which Robert's Rules seeks to uphold, and it discourages personal attacks because they derail meetings. As Matthew Fields said in his statement, accord to others the same respect you yourself want. Statements made from the chair on January 10th after a statement that I made it's very disappointing to hear mistruth come out of some board members, to hear fellow board members just lie to the public. They can't just be truthful with the public. They're pretending that they don't know, and they're showing dishonesty. All of that was said in one message. My statement that was in response to is that I wasn't aware of any emails that would justify the action that was being taken that day. And I stand by that. I wasn't saying I haven't received the same joint emails we all get. We get many, many emails. I never said I didn't get what you got. What I said is I didn't get anything that justifies what's happening. And I stand by that statement. And I'm wondering, Ms. Ryan, is it really lying or is it really just disagreement between us?
I can't comment on an ongoing investigation, ma'am. So as I told you earlier today, all those documents will be in the final report,
Am I being investigated?
ma'am. So,
Am I being investigated?
correct, ma'am.
Huh? Am I being investigated?
Okay, you've had your point of privilege, ma'am.
I want to hear what you're going to say about that. I want to know if our board wants this
Ma'am,
kind
I
of...
can't disclose those emails that are currently in an investigatory document.
Oh, I
so
didn't ask you to
cannot
disclose
respond to
anything.
that.
I'm asking you to retract the statement that I'm lying. And assume that perhaps it's just that we disagree, that maybe emails we both saw maybe don't pertain to, we don't see them the same way, rather than that I lied, ma'am. I'd like you to retract the fact that you said I lied. I teach my nieces to never say, and they're here today, I teach them to never say someone lied. There's many things something can be before it's a lie. And I tell them not to lie. I don't lie. I am as honest as I can be with the information given to me, and I can't let that pass, and I don't want our board to be run that way. It's very damaging to public trust to defame someone's character on the board in front of the public. We shouldn't be treating each other that way. Is that the kind of board we want? And I'm asking, ma'am, that you at least admit maybe we disagree rather than that you lied. Can I have that much?
Ma'am, I'll give you that employees have shown documents that you have received, and that is all I'm going to say on that topic, and I will not disrespect our employees who have had the courage and bravery to step forward and share certain things, and I will not disrespect them today by disrespecting the things that they have turned in. And as you know, the rest of those things I cannot discuss in detail. They are a part of the investigation. So
Okay.
I
And-
cannot say anything further on that without violating a bunch of legal things.
Well,
So
then
I'm gonna
would
leave
you,
it at that.
would
So-
you then want me to be censored? Because if you're saying that I lied, should I then be censored?
Censured or censored?
Censured. I'm asking you, should I then, if you're going to hold to...
This is not a discussion I would have in open session.
Oh,
So-
now we don't want
No.
it in open session.
Okay.
It was in open session on January 10th, ma'am.
Correct, it
And
was.
so I want the retraction in open
Yes, ma'am.
session.
Actions of this board are required to happen with a vote in open session. Those cannot happen in closed session. So do you have anything else? You've had your time.
Yep.
Are you good?
I'm
Okay.
going to say, no,
Thank
I am
you.
not good. I am not happy with your decision today,
Okay.
and I'm not happy with how that was handled in public. So I'm going to let the public know I was telling the truth.
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Ms. Canoyer.
I join with Ms. Stanford asking for a retraction of calling me a liar for saying that I did not receive certain emails that were mentioned that then were proven that we did not receive. I do not appreciate having my integrity, my honesty called out as being someone who lies about things. What I said was truthful. What I said was honest. Obviously, we're not going to get a retraction. It's very unfortunate that someone wants to proceed this way.
Okay, and we'll discuss further with the attorney later on in the agenda, and you can see the documents. We will move on with the superintendent report, and Acting Superintendent Dr. Gosh, I'll turn it over to you for bond and construction update.
Thank you so much. We had a Bond Oversight Committee meeting on Wednesday of this week to review this, and I would like to ask Mr. Dan Brooks if he would please provide an update on our construction.
Yes, ma'am. Only thing I'd really like to highlight is that with all of the projects that we have going on, the playgrounds are moving fairly quickly. We did get to, I think it was Escondido and Copperfield. There was some repairs that needed to be made. Those have happened, and so we are good to go with those. And other than that, if you have any other questions about the construction report, I stand ready to answer.
Okay, I'm looking up and down the dais. I don't see anybody waving, so, okay. I see no questions on the bond and construction report. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Dr. Gosh, intruder detection and security audit.
On our intruder detection and security audit, we have had 3 audits that have taken place, and we currently have 2 of the campuses with no findings and 1 with some findings, which we can discuss with the board later. However, our intruder detection audits have been very good this past year, so we are thankful for that.
Okay, excellent. Thanks to all of our campuses and all of our staff. I know some of these drills and everything in the middle of this time of the year can be hard when you're teaching and trying to get through a math lesson, but, safety of our students is very important. So thanks to everybody for just kind of allowing those to happen, and thanks to our students for doing a great job and our staff of keeping our kiddos safe every day. Okay, then any questions? Otherwise, we do have that we'll discuss in closed session also. But if there's no open questions, we'll go on to the staffing and vacancy report.
Board members, we have prepared the staffing and vacancy report for you. I know we are ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Hold on, I'm looking before I do mine. Sorry, I had emailed in a number of questions, so, and I know you all have had a busy week, so I'll ask those there, or ask them here. Since the librarians were on Dr. Fields' CAPA, have we paused hiring those until we have a board decision on those? I saw them on the, listed on the vacancy list, or where are we at with that?
Yes, so currently we have the positions that are open for the librarians, but we are not currently filling those positions with certified librarians. As we indicated earlier, we do have some campuses where we had some paraprofessional vacancies, and in order to maintain operations in those areas, we have moved some paraprofessionals into the libraries to be sure that our students are able to check out books and so on. However, any of the vacancies that we currently have for librarians, we are not filling those with certified librarians until we have direction from the district on where we are going.
Okay, speaking of paras, that was kind of my my next question, was that the staffing analysis showed that we may be over a little bit in our educational aides. Are we still hiring against those positions, or have we just been reassigning all of those overages to the vacancies?
So we have not been doing I would say, a mass reassignment of positions across the district in terms of paraprofessionals. However, when we do have vacancies, we are looking for individuals that are in district and filling those vacancies with those individuals, paraprofessionals that we can. Currently, we have 19 vacancies across all campuses. 6 of those are in the special education area. I know a portion of your question had to do with looking at those mass vacancies. That is certainly something related to the financial plans that I know Dr. Fields had included as part of the CAPA going forward. However, the district, we are able at this point to begin to look at that more critically and determine if we can go ahead and fill some of those vacancies in preparation for whatever the board action may be.
Okay, yes, because I think that was my concern, was to see an increasing number of special education vacancies, especially in teachers, which involves, federal compliance issues and all of that. And since the most recent financial plan we had gotten showed that we were overstaffed, I think 73 was the number on there on elementary teachers, have we been able to reassign any of that or that overage to kind of those high-need positions like special education, second grade teachers and stuff like that, where we really need a teacher versus hiring? Because I guess obviously the concern is bringing more people on, right? To only have to potentially not be able to bring people back next year. So have we been able to kind of cross-level those 73 people into some of those positions if they can?
So similar to the paraprofessional positions where we have been able to collapse classes across the district, we have done that previously and earlier in the school year. At present, we do have some teaching vacancies in the special education area. We also have some vacancies in some other areas. I know Dr. Saunders has taken a very in-depth look along with Ms. Davis in terms of the numbers of students in the classes and the teachers that we have. And at this time, we don't actually have in some specific grade levels and in some specific cases, areas where we can collapse and move teachers around. For many of our, we do actually have special education teachers who teach other things. However, they currently have a full load. And of course, we can always ask them if they would like to be moved at this time, since they are in a current position. And I know I've heard Dr. Fields say in the past that, that's one of the things that some of them have said, I am happy where I am at. However, going forward, we certainly would look at that. However, in some of those cases, we do have a need for teachers in some very specified areas, especially where we've had some recent vacancies. I know at.
Dr. Gosh, if I may also
absolutely.
remind us that we are not allowed to put an uncertified or someone not certified in SPED in a SPED classroom. There's things that we have to do, and that's a mandate that we have to follow for state and federal guidelines. And so that is where, when we are posting a position and asking to replace a SPED teacher, it's because they have to have the certification. It kind of puts us in a bind with meeting the needs of our special ed population when we don't have certified teachers to replace the ones that we are losing.
Yeah, that is correct. The teaching position is a little bit different from the paraprofessionals. I know in speaking with Dr. Armstead today, she said in terms of the paraprofessionals, we can provide the training that is needed in those cases, of which they do when we hire individuals for those specific vacancies, and we'll begin to look at that. But as Dr. Toppin said, when it comes to the teachers, we absolutely have to have those very specialized individuals. And currently, our current teaching staff, they do have full loads from what I understand. I know part of your question had to do with the 73 individuals that you indicated before. I'm actually going to ask Ms. Davis to kind of answer that piece. I believe that was a component that was on the CAPA plan that was presented, and that was a portion that I was not part of that planning process. However, Ms. Davis has information she can share with you on that.
Yes, ma'am. As part of the one of the recommendations in the CAPA was to increase the staffing ratio by 1 student at the elementary, and by doing so, we could reduce 73 teachers. That's not to say that we're currently overstaffed by 73, but if we were to consider staffing next year differently than we've done previously, then that could yield 73 teaching positions.
Yeah, I think I look forward to hearing, this spring, kind of the strategic staffing plan, because, special education is continuing to, this has been a number of years, and if there are amazing teachers out there with that certification or are willing to go get that certification, then hopefully we can talk about some ways we can incentivize those teachers to come on over, because our SPED babies are wonderful. I love them. So making sure that those very high need positions are filled next year. I look forward to seeing that in the future, and we'll talk about that more in the spring as part of some other meeting where we talk about strategic staffing. So, okay, that's all I had on the staffing report. Any other questions from anyone else? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Gosh, you can move on to growth and planning report.
So we wanted to provide a growth and planning report based on the growth and planning meetings that have been conducted since November. And want to give a little bit of background on this. The Growth and Planning Committee was given a charge this last several months to help the district to identify campuses that we could narrow down in terms of what facilities we might look for consolidation as we begin to look at budget cuts for the district. Of those voting members, we asked each one of the campuses across the district to provide us with members so that we could have representation across the entire district on the committee. It was a little bit of a new structure that was implemented, because in the past we had members that came and all of those members would provide input and votes and whatnot. Within this structure, we had very specified members who had voting rights, although it is open to anyone that would like to attend to obtain the information. The committee was charged with looking at a business decision for the district. They were presented with information about campus age, campus size, cost to maintain the campus, cost of renovations for the campus, accountability ratings, how many students attend the campus currently. And at that first meeting, those results were provided to the committee, and the committee was asked to kind of narrow down and vote for those specific campuses that they thought might be good to take a little more in-depth look at in terms of potential consolidation for the district. That meeting was actually held in December. On January the 12th, the committee reconvened, And one of the things that we did is we provided the information to them of the campuses that we were looking at specifically, and they asked for programmatic data, meaning what types of programs do each one of those campuses have. They were able to ask a lot of questions about that, what that would look like in terms of where students might go to school if that campus was consolidated, how we might be able to move those programs from one location to another. At the conclusion of that meeting, we provided all of the data and information from the first growth and planning meeting to the committee, as well as all the information from the second meeting that we had, or the third meeting that we had on January the 12th. And we also provided them with a grading rubric where we asked them to please rank the campuses that they felt would potentially be considered for consolidation. I want to stress that the charge that was given to the Growth and Planning Committee was for them to make a business decision and to give the district information on campuses that we could begin our work on. We are going to provide that information to the community. We have provided it to, I know the board members, you were able to see it prior to today, and we also provided the results of that polling to the committee members themselves. What we want to stress here is that this is growth and planning input for the district, that if a campus is named here and the rank in which it is named is not an indication that that campus for sure will or will not be consolidated. At the end of the day, there are many considerations that we need to look at as a district in terms of determining the consolidation of those sites. And ultimately, it comes back to our school board to really evaluate that data based on administrative recommendation, and the ultimate decisions will come from that. So we stress that because the committee took their responsibility very heavily, and really felt like that they were being asked to tell us which campuses to close. And, we wanted to let them know that they are giving us valuable information and valuable input that the board can consider, that the district can consider as we make these really difficult decisions moving forward. So we provided them with 6 campuses based on their first vote. We then asked them to look at those 6 campuses and then vote accordingly. Out of that, based on the CAPA information that was in the board book, there was a recommendation at some point that there could potentially be up to 5 campuses, whether that is in 1 year or 2 years. So we asked them to select their top 4 elementary campuses and then 1 middle school for potential consolidation. Again, this is a committee vote and not a recommendation to the board, and there will be no vote on this at this time. Of the elementary results, the first campus selected, receiving 90.9% of the vote, was Park Village Elementary. The second, at receiving 69.7% of the votes, was Ed Franz Leadership. Candlewood STEM and Candlewood Elementary received also a tied vote of 69.7%. Spring Meadows is the fourth campus, receiving 63.6% of the votes, followed by 2 additional campuses that were examined, which was Rolling Meadows, receiving 57.6% of the vote, and Millers Point at 48.5%. Of the middle schools we examined, there were 3 that were examined by the committee: Judson Middle School, Kitty Hawk Middle School, and Kirby Middle School. Judson Middle School received the most votes at 45.5% of the vote, Kitty Hawk Middle School at 39.4%, and Kirby Middle School receiving 15.2% of the votes. So those would be the campuses that we received feedback from the Growth and Planning Committee. I want to thank Mr. Brooks. He did a lot of work and a lot of preparation out of his office to prepare the data and the information for the committee, and they did a lot of work in terms of collecting all of the input from the committee, and really worked well with that group. And I also want to thank the Growth and Planning Committee themselves. They took their responsibilities very seriously, and they really took the time to examine the information that they had, and I do firmly believe they gave us the best recommendations that they could, and now we have data to begin the work that's needed for the district. If there are any questions, we are happy to answer.
I think I also want to thank that committee. Was able to watch the meeting online, and how seriously you took your input and the gravity of the input that you were providing. It was very, very apparent that you took your role very seriously. And we spend a lot of times in meetings up here, but you volunteered to take your evenings and sit through 2 hours of meeting talking about Judson stuff too. So to everyone who volunteered to be on this committee and has been going to those meetings, you are greatly appreciated. And to our staff, that meeting went very well. Considering we're talking about school consolidation, that meeting went extremely well. So thank you to the staff for handling that very professionally. I know I have some questions, but I'm going to turn it over to, I just want to say thank yous first, but I'll turn it over
I
for
did want to
questions.
second
Go
that.
ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Because at the meeting, the questions that were being asked by the people in attendance, you could tell they felt a very heavy weight on them, and they wanted to be sure they got it right, and that they looked at absolutely everything that would make a difference in their decision. So I want to thank the committee members for that very diligent application of their time and effort. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Kanoy.
I do want to make one quick little correction. Dr. Gosch, you said that they looked at ratings, but they actually were told not to take the ratings into account, that would be something coming from administration because there are particular regulations about moving students from one rated campus to other rated campuses. And also, thank you to the committee. I saw how difficult this was for all of you, and I do appreciate your hard work.
Okay, hold on, I'm looking this way first. Any questions on this end? Questions on that end? I'll hold mine till the end. Okay, sorry, I had sent in a couple questions, and some of it not necessarily tonight, just as we're going to be using this information in the future too, type things. I know Dr. Fields had told us that the board, told the board that the membership of the committee was going to be 2 parents from each of our Judson ISD schools, and there are about 45, I guess, names on there. I presume the other schools just didn't have parents that were willing to step up.
So, Mr. Brooks, could you address the
So
committee members?
we sent a message out to the principals of every school and asked them to seek at least 2 representatives from the community, non-employees, to represent their school. And the people that were sent in is the committee. So there are some campuses that were not able to get anyone to volunteer. We've had this meeting, we've had a couple of principals since find people, so we have to decide this late in the game, do we want to add anybody to the committee at this point since we've gotten this far down the road? But we did send out the message to principals to try and find at least 2 representatives for their schools.
Yeah, because I think this is a committee, but that, like, the work's not done, right? Like, we're going to be growing and planning or shrinking and planning. We're going to be planning, right? We're going to be long-term planning and doing lots of
Correct.
things in Judson forever.
There's a lot of
So,
other things that we're going to have to do.
we tried to
so.
keep this committee going for a good 5 years, and tweaking the structure of it is helpful, because I don't think it's something we want to end. There will be always another
Correct.
mission that we want input from, so.
I think the concern was, as far as this particular work of school closure recommendations, there was concern about adding people to this particular work, as far as fairness and that type of thing, when we're talking about voting for which schools are going to close.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I think the board, that was kind of my follow-up questions that I had asked too, is we want to evaluate, the data that were provided. So there were some concerns that some of the names on the list were not parents, which they were. Dr. Fields had told us they were all going to be parents. And then us knowing, so of the 32 votes that came in, don't need to know how Brett voted. That's not what we're asking. But just many board members have brought up knowing which areas were represented. So of those 32, if we know which schools those came from, not how they voted, but just who was represented, that way we could see if there's areas or schools or things that weren't necessarily represented in that vote. That's just information when we weigh these recommendations, I think would be really helpful to us.
And I can tell you that when we saw that we didn't have representation for certain schools, we reached back out to those principals, and they tried again to try and get people to represent. And as far as, Dr. Fields saying that they were parents, I think we were reaching out, making sure that they were not employees of that campus, that they lived in the district, they represented that particular region of the district for that school or that zone. And so we were asking, hey, can you find anyone that will represent that school who doesn't work at your school? So we did have some that we had to remove because they were employees. They were still able to come to the meetings. They just weren't voting members of the committee. So,
But Mr. Brooks, it's my understanding that every campus did have at least one voting representative on the committee, and all the information was sent to all 45 members that were listed as committee members.
so all of the voting members got the information, but not all campuses has a representative on the committee. That is not true. Because at least, I believe it's at least 2 schools that don't. So,
Yeah, if you could just follow up, I think, with you had sent the list of the names, but not the campuses of the 45, and then if we could just know the campuses of the 32, just so we know who was represented in that 32, and we'll evaluate it as we see fit, as we add that to additional information also, as we move forward. The other questions I had sent in were, have we gotten the updated capacity list yet? I know, and the committee had asked this question also, that back in November, I believe you guys were going to go back and pull the educational specs and the facilities assessments because those had actual capacities, classrooms times 24 kids times whatever type things. And then I think the slides you had sent us showed all the elementaries at 750 and the middle schools at 1250. I think as we move this forward, if we could get that information. I know at least 2 elected officials had asked for that at the Bond Oversight Committee also in November and are still awaiting that information. So as soon as that's available, if we can make sure that's in future presentations to us, so we really examine. And the committee had asked a couple questions, like, how many kids can fit in Kitty Hawk, right, type thing. So, and we have all that information, so I just want to make sure they know we're going to look at all of that before any decisions are made. And then I think the only other follow-up one I had for you was there was a lot of discussion of money spent on the campuses already, not building-wise, but other program-wise and grants and other things. So I just want to make sure the board knows all, as you gather all of that was discussed and validate all that data, if that could be in the future package too, how much was really spent on Leader in Me, how much was really spent from the grant, and those continuing costs. I think if that's, we'll want to consider that
Yes.
information too.
Those are all data sets that would definitely need to be considered as we move forward in terms of making a recommendation. We can put that information together. Some of it I know we've been gathering this week. I've been working with Ms. Martinez to pull some of that data in terms of cost of some of the programs that are available, and we can provide that to you in a Friday note.
Couple people were
and
confused.
other
They're like,
ways.
oh, Leader in Me
Absolutely.
was over $1 million, but then there was some discrepancy on how much Leader in Me cost. So if you guys could follow up with us on that, I think that'll be important data for us to have too. Okay, I think that was all the questions I had sent in on that. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Yes, I had a couple of complaints, and I don't know if Mr. Brooks can address them or Dr. Gosh, but some of the concerns brought forward were that there was some variables in regards to having 25 folks do the voting, then 33, then back to 25, something of that mix that gave a lot of pause for folks trying to figure out what's happening. So can you give me some clarity? Because I need to express that was a concern. So what happened?
So the first meeting that we had when we did the initial vote, there were 25 voting members who voted. We had a bunch of data that we gave to them. We sent out to them, and they voted via Google survey. When we came back for the second round, we provided all of that information, but because we had run into the issue of schools not having representation, principals were scrambling to get people to represent their schools. And so when we had our second meeting, we brought the original data plus the data that we presented, and we did send that data out even to the people who had not been there the first time. And so people who didn't vote the first time were allowed to vote in the second round of voting, but they had the information, the same information, that was given during the first meeting.
Did
But
they know what the
I-
previous vote was?
I'm sorry?
The ones that voted twice, did they know what the voting looked like the previous time?
Yeah, we shared the votes.
So when they
with them.
voted, they already knew the vote total, right?
Yes, sir. they
Okay,
did.
so.
And that was
obvious.
expressed, several of the committee members expressed that concern to us as well. But, you know, we gave the same data to everyone who voted to be able to evaluate the data themselves. I think the concern was the people who were not there the first time didn't get to hear the conversations, didn't get to hear what the original voters heard as far as the actual meeting. And so that was some of the concern that was expressed to us via emails. Yeah, same thing that you received.
And I don't get too critical. This is an administrative committee. Growth and planning belongs to administration to come back to the board. We evaluate our own references as well as the data that you provide to us. One of the things I wish you would have said is that we don't have to close 6 schools. There's an implication that we got to rank which schools to close. We could close 2, we could close 3, we could close 1, but that scenario was not offered to the growth and planning if they had to just pick one. I certainly am not going to be on this board wanting to close 6 schools in 1 year. It's absurd to even suggest that. But when you set the question up, you make it look like that's what we're planning to do. And so that's obviously a discussion that we'll have on the board with our superintendent, and we'll take it forward from there.
So just a point of clarification,
yeah, I would
we
too.
never said we were going to close 6 schools. We said we were going to, if we were going to try and eat the whole elephant, the whole 30 whatever million in 1 year, then it was going to look like 4 elementary schools and a middle school. The concern from the committee was the ranking of those 4 that came out on top. Even we said out of these 6, we're going to be picking the top 4, and so we gave 6 schools if we would have given just 4 schools to vote on, then it would have been those 4 schools. So we put 6 schools out there for them to then, and that's what came down from the first voting. It came down to narrowed down to those 6. And so then when we voted again, they voted on those 6, understanding that 4 of these schools are the ones that would be potentially closed, either 2 now and 2 next year, or 2 next year and 2 after that, or 3 now. Whatever the combination was going to be, it was going to be the 4 elementary schools and the 1 middle school. So we never said we were going to close 6 elementary schools.
Well, and again, just let's be fair. Once you put that information out there, there's an implication that they're being looked at, regardless of what the decision will be from the board.
Understood.
Now, there's some anxiety on those campuses, and again, this is a tough time.
To be clear, there's anxiety.
I understand, but we've just added more fire to that, and the board hasn't even looked at the data yet. In fact, we haven't even discussed it in this boardroom yet.
Right.
So the other question, just to move on, is there was also a survey about board engagement on the growth and planning. What was the survey responses for the committee? Because we've had a whole issue with board members being present in that meeting and being active, and I want to be very clear, this growth and planning is a administration committee, not a board one. So I don't mind, I'll go and observe every now and then, but I certainly am not going to take the center stage and start talking all day.
Right.
So what were the results of that survey?
It was a third, and a third.
It was third.
What I mean by that is the 3 questions asked were, are you comfortable with a board member being present and participating? Are you comfortable with a board member being present but not participating, just observing? Or are you comfortable with a board member being present at all? And those 3 questions came out evenly, third, and a third.
So 66% then would be more or less leaning towards not having board engagement. 33% would have been, yeah, we don't care if a board member has to talk. But that's where I think there's undue influence. Our influence is in this boardroom, not in growth and planning. So I just wanted to get that sense because I wasn't sure what the data said on that. And I know that we asked that question. And then I guess my last question is related to when our discussion on school closures is going to occur. Ms. Ryan, when have you scheduled this meeting?
Correct, sir. We have some updates from legal tonight, and so we will discuss that. after
Related
the
to
updates
school
from legal.
closures?
No,
So when have you scheduled the meeting for school closures?
correct, sir. It hasn't been scheduled yet. You know.
I
that we get the
realize that, so I
calendar
said,
invites,
you
so-
have dates.
Correct, sir. The way to move forward on that will be discussed with attorneys tonight, sir. That's a
So we have to
closed
talk to attorneys about school closures. I want to be
No,
sure
sir.
I clear.
Oh.
Okay, so when will you schedule the
Yes,
meeting to discuss the budget regarding school closures? That's pretty simple. That we don't need legal opinion on that.
Yes, sir. I'll get back to you, sir.
All right.
And I would like to reiterate what Mr. Brooks was saying, because I know many times in the meeting, Mr. Macias, we said, and we made reference to the document that Dr. Fields has prepared for the CAPA, which does say 3 elementary schools in year 1, or 3 schools in year 1, not elementary, I'll correct that. 2 elementaries and 1 middle school in year 1, and potentially 2 more elementary schools in year 2. And we did let them know several times, out of the original 6 that was selected, we were looking at what would those 4 be, based on the fact that we know that they are at least identified. The idea is to have the committee look at all of the data, make the selections that are necessary so that we aren't having to repeat the process after year 1 should the current plan be adopted by the board, where it did specifically state 3 in year 1 and 2 in year 2. And so we did state that many times in this last meeting. We certainly don't want the perception to be that we are closing 6 schools. And I don't believe that is any recommendation that has come from the CAPA that was in the board book last month, or any conversation that Dr. Fields had as well. And we certainly want to uphold what it is that he has prepared thus far, and that was our intent in that meeting. I do understand your point in terms of saying if 6 were identified, perhaps that might be confusion. That's why we wanted to stress this evening and in the meeting as well, that we were looking for the top 4 elementaries and top middle school, as those are the specifications that are listed in the CAPA that has been prepared for this board thus far by Dr. Fields.
Well, based on the fact that we've not had discussion on school closures, this is probably the most the community will be aware of my position. And as I talk to my community, I would be supportive of 2 school closures this year. We don't have to do 3. In fact, that's where I'll disagree with Dr. Fields. We don't have to do 3 schools. We could do 2 and 3 next year.
Absolutely.
So we have the ability to evaluate that. And so I'm anxious to get that discussion going so that our community knows what we're doing. So
Absolutely.
we've stalled on this conversation in December. Now we're here in January. The month's going to go by. We owe it to our community to discuss what we're doing. And so I'll be adamant. So for those that are listening and that are here in the audience, there'll be 2 school closures that I'm comfortable with. I don't want to close any, but the reality is we have to close something. So that's where we are. Thank you.
Yeah, and I did watch the entire meeting, not on double speed. So I do want to applaud Dr. Gosh and Mr. Brooks, who handled it extraordinarily well, and they were very clear to the committee that the board had not gotten any inclination that this could lead to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who knows what a board of 7 will eventually decide, and that this was just a list, and that the district data had not been put in yet, because there are so many other factors that relate to internal, ratings and other things that have to be considered. So I hope the rest of the board hasn't already decided how many schools, because I know I haven't seen the data yet. And I know we want to make data-driven decisions based on community input, plus all the district academic considerations for our students, right? And I want to see the data related to the students and what's the best place to put them, where they can have the most services, where they can get an equitable educational experience across the entire district. And making sure we consider all of those things before we make rash decisions. I hope that's the way we're going to proceed, because I think that is what we owe to our community. So.
And I couldn't disagree with you more. We need the information. And we've had enough information provided to us to make a baseline decision. So we've had enough. Now, there's always more, and if something comes up during a discussion that may persuade me otherwise, but what I've seen, I have enough information to go on. So again, we don't need to get into the micromanagement territory. We have enough information.
Okay, yes. If you have a recommendation from Dr. Fields on which schools to close, please pass that over to the rest of the board.
I have no
would
recommendation
appreciate it.
from Dr. Fields. It's my recommendation as a board member representing my community.
Okay.
So,
I'm just saying I hadn't seen a recommendation out of district yet.
I can think and for myself and look at the information and know that my goal is to minimize school closures because they impact communities. So again, my thought process is maybe 2. And the only reason I'm saying it now is because you refused to put this on the agenda to discuss. So I got to talk a little more about it during this growth and planning part. So I would request that you just do January 31st, and we have a Saturday. You've already asked our dates if we're available. And let's just get this done.
All right, if no additional questions on growth and planning, we will move on to our consent agenda. All right, let me look up and down the line for what people need to pull off of consent. So let me look down this way. Mr. Macias?
I have none.
Ms. Lee?
This letter C.
C?
Yes, please.
All right, sorry, C. C is in Charlie? No?
Sorry, letter C. I
Letter
just
C.
have a question.
Okay, no worries. Any other ones, Ms. Lee? Nope. Okay, Ms. Canoyer?
No.
Ms. Stanford?
No, just the proclamations, I guess.
Oh, we'll read those after we approve. And Ms. Patine, okay, sorry. I had sent in a number of questions. I know the staff's been busy, so I am going to have to pull a number of these. I am pulling B as in boy, D as in Delta, G as in golf, H as in hotel, I as in India. Okay, any other ones that need to be pulled? Otherwise, I'll make the motion since I wrote that down. I move that we approve consent agenda items A, E, F, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, and S. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet. We will proceed to vote on those consent items. Go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, let me proceed. Okay, now we will go back to 5B. I had sent in some questions right after the break and then this weekend. The monthly financials, we're a certain, time through, about 50% of the way through our fiscal year. And some of these categories look a little bit expended, higher than we would expect. For example, in Function 11, that's only 4 paychecks into the year, but we are already 36% expended. So I'm just, I think I also noted Function 34 in transportation was already at 45%. Function 51 plant maintenance was already at 52%. So are we, based on that glide path and a forecast, are we expecting more budget amendments? Or are we forecasting we are going to be okay in these categories? I know in the past we've gotten, right before the end of the fiscal year, budget amendments, but right now we're counting every penny, every minute of every day. So do we think we're okay in all of these categories, or do you think we got some more stuff coming, I
No,
guess?
at this time, we're okay. I will be doing the forecast for each function, which you had asked, and I can give that information next month.
Okay.
And then if we need a budget amendment, we'll do that.
Okay,
But
great.
as far as those percentages, I checked the previous years, and they're about the same.
About the same, okay.
Function 11, 34, and 51.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think we don't want to go through a lot of financial planning and then work on a certain target number, and then later on, the target moves, right? We're hoping to be working off the most, all targets move in finance, and don't get me wrong, but the most accurate target we can work on as we work through these financial plans. So, okay, that was the only questions I had on 5B. Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay, otherwise, since I pulled it, I'll move to approve the December 31st, 2025 monthly financial statements and the November 30th, 2025 tax collection report and bond reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet. If there's no other questions, we will proceed to go ahead and vote. Okay, motion passes 6-0. Okay, 5C, I had some other questions on that too, but I will turn it over to you, Mrs. Lee, first for your questions.
Just one question, Dr. Gosh, for that urgent care level. As I recall with my memory, but maybe refresh me with it, from when we voted for that Blue Cross Blue Shield, isn't it already included? So this is kind of like separate? And is this just like a one-time thing, or, because I know it says there 1.1 million, but as I recall, it seems like we're gonna have to like, sorry, I'm trying. I thought we're gonna be like paying like $750 out of it, and then kind of like matching, and then the next year would be 100. Am I right, or?
So there's a couple of things. So number one, last year, the plan that we have, the Next Level Prime Care, was part of that particular plan, even though it is separate from most health plans. When we went into that agreement, we actually went into a 2-year agreement for the Next Level Care. This is actually year 2. And so it is, in order to receive the Next Level, you do have to take the district's insurance that is through Blue Cross Blue Shield. So it is a separate piece. And actually, due to us having that, it actually helped us to reduce the number of claims that we had last year, which then brought down our premiums for individuals. So basically what happened is, instead of using the health insurance, more people would go to Next Level Prime, so therefore it reduced the number of claims that were made. So then when Blue Cross Blue Shield quoted it out, it made our premiums lower. Now, the cost of this is for us to continue the second year of the contract at $1.1 million. Blue Cross Blue Shield actually is covering through our premiums $750,000 of that, and so the district would be responsible for the other $300,000. Ms. Davis and Ms. Martinez, if I missed any part of that, please chime in.
That's actually correct. Next Level is a separate contract, but it does support the claims, and so everything you said was on point.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think I had sent in a few questions on this. I guess my first question was, is this already in the budget, or are we going to be getting a budget amendment for this one?
I plan to bring it, we plan to bring it to the board when we receive that reimbursement, and we should be receiving it in March.
Okay, and that'll show 1.1 million out and 750 in?
Well, we would
Or-
actually, we're on fiscal year 25, 26, we would do half of it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then the 750. And then what we're going to do before y'all adopt the budget, we will build it for the rest of the year.
For the next year,
Mhm.
okay.
If we choose to go into it in 2027, then we would have to put that portion in there too.
Okay, yes, that's always the challenging hard part is insurance goes by calendar year and our budget
Yeah.
does not, so we're always overlapping and doing that kind of stuff. So I think I had asked, I don't know if you guys had had a chance to talk to legal, because this involves differing amounts, right? Like normally we contribute $400 toward every employee. Now certain employees are going to get more contributed due to like marital status. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that we are contributing different amounts. I don't know if they answered that to you guys yet.
Well, the district contributes $400 for every employee that is enrolled in the health insurance. I didn't understand the question about contributing different amounts.
So now with the Next Level, we'll be contributing, what is it, $30 for single people and $60 for example, married people. I just wanted to, there are different districts that have different tiers, so like based on income, right? Like, so if you're a para, some districts will give you more money toward your insurance, and if you're a principal, they'll give you less. You can tier it that way. I just wasn't sure if tiering and giving 30 to some and 60 to another was allowable, so I just want to make sure we were good on that.
Well, they're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield plans. Like, there's a category for employee, and then we have the family, then we have,
Correct.
That's how they invoice us.
Correct.
If it's just an employee, it's $30. And if it's you're on the other plan, spousal, family, it's going to be $60. So that's how they're invoicing us Next Level.
Okay.
And that's part of that 1 million.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was
Yes.
legal.
But we still distribute equally to every employee
Correct.
that
Oh, yes.
enrolls.
No,
Okay?
no, no. It's just working, the district funds are contributing more money to people based on their marital status. And I just wanted to make sure that that was legal, because that is often not legal in certain things. That's what my question was. So if you got follow-up later, that's fine. But
You know, the district's not charging, giving more for married or
so the
single. I'm kind of confused
I
with
guess
that
I don't
question, too.
understand. So the 1.1 million is not just 1.1 million. It is, we don't know what it's, well, we may know how many employees. We are being charged $30 by Next Level in this contract, $30 for every single employee and $60 for every married or single parent, essentially, employee. So we're paying, if Dr. Gosh takes.
This is Next Level's charges.
Correct.
So
Okay.
it's $60 if you're on this plan, you know, family, child, and employee. In other words, they're charging more because there's more people.
Correct. Okay. I'll follow up with you on that in Jameson, on that, on the legal concern with that.
Because I want to make sure I understand. It sounds like what we're concerned with is whether or not there is a larger contribution by the district for
Correct.
someone with a family
Based on
versus an
family
individual.
status,
And I
correct.
think this is just how
They
Next
choose to do it,
Level
yes.
bills Blue Cross Blue Shield, or do they bill us?
They bill us.
They're billing
That's
us,
our
okay.
contract. Yeah, so I just want to
So
make
we
sure
can-
that that is,
we
it's
can
allowed by
get with
tiers
you
of
and get
income. I
additional
just want to make
clarification.
sure that marital status was not, we weren't breaking
Correct.
one of those rules.
Right, that we're not inequitably providing
Yes, providing $30 to Marilyn and only $60 to, earn $60 to you, right? Like, I just want to make sure.
Well,
we're
we
okay
can
with
follow
that.
up and get additional information.
Yeah. And then I guess my other confusion was this brief, how did we bid this out? Because it said RFP 2402, but that was, when we went out on 2402, that was for Blue Cross Blue Shield. We didn't ask for this type of service, so I want to make sure we competitively procured this by going out for bid, because there are other companies other than Next Level that do this kind of thing in their urgent care type facilities. So how was this bid out, or is it on some co-op with NEISD or Region 20?
Point of correction, the JISD procurement method should read 2443. So that was a RFP for health insurance when we were under the self-insured plan, and it was approved by the board in July 20th of 2023, which included the Next Level Prime as an enhanced benefit when we were under self-health insurance.
Okay.
At that time, the contract was for 2 years, so currently we're on the second year of Next Level, which is
Okay.
a great benefit because it did help lower our insurance claims.
Okay.
And it still does, because a lot of our employees select it as the primary care provider.
Yeah.
And if they go to Next Level, then it wouldn't run through our claims, and it wouldn't run through Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay. Is that, and so 2 years without probably optional extensions?
At the end of this year,
Yep.
we would need to consider if we want to keep Next
it or-
Level for next year, and then we would bid that out.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, I was confused on 2402.
I apologize, it should be 2440.
No worries. Okay, that was, all I had questions on the Next Level. I think I just wanted to point out to the board the other item that is in the purchases over 50 is graduation, which I fully support. I've heard from enough students and the SAC and everything else about having graduation at the Freeman Coliseum. And yes, parents, as soon as Dr. Toppin signs the contract, it will be all over every media platform we have what day graduation is. This is actually a couple months earlier, that she's got like one of those airplanes with like a banner that'll be flying across the district. So that information will be out as soon as that contract is signed with the Freeman. I know a lot of people are trying to make family plans, some of us on this board included, about what the date of graduation will be. But just for the board, so the board knows, this was on, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but it was on the CAPA. So by approving this going to Freeman Coliseum, that will essentially have to remove that one line item from the financial plan because Dr. Fields had put that on there as a potential cost savings.
And a comment on that,
Oh,
I
was it
mean, a
off?
lot of people have been thinking,
Oh,
What?
just for next year, he was thinking about it? Oh,
Yes.
perfect.
not
Okay.
this year, next year?
So on the Kappa, you're saying he wasn't thinking about it for this year, that was a proposal for next year's graduation, so not impacted by this?
For 26, 27
Okay, all right,
graduation,
perfect.
that's what it was for.
Perfect, so I guess you
We were
can-
just basically this year waiting for the contract to come to us from
Okay.
Freeman. And once we got it, we put it
Okay.
on this agenda.
And something we
as soon as
will
you
be
give me your signature
considering
tonight,
for
we'll be
next
good to go.
year? Okay, perfect.
Because this
So we're
wasn't,
not going to be in the stadium.
Not this
Right.
year.
Not this year.
this was a
it'll
budgeted expense for this
be
school
on the
year.
Kappa for next year for you to contemplate.
We'll have to,
on.
yeah, think about that, yeah.
So, we might melt, type thing. So, okay, that was all the questions I had on 5C. Anything else from my colleagues? Okay, Ms. Lee, you pulled that one, so you get to read the motion. Or I'll do it if you want me to.
The letter C, okay, I move to consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Lee, seconded by Ms. Potteet. All right, you can go ahead and cast your vote. All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, let me record that. All right, 5D. That was pulled by me. I sent you guys an email about, I didn't see in this budget amendment the reductions to our revenue. We had talked in November about we were going to be seeing a budget amendment for reduced revenue due to decreased enrollment. It was also mentioned at the December meeting that there was another revenue reduction of at least $3 million based off something you guys, some change in Mo Casey and Homestead and something like that. And I don't see either of those in this budget amendment. And, you know, as we're continuing to approve expenditures for this year, I want to make sure that what we're showing now is a $36 million deficit. If it's higher than that based on what you told us in November and December, I think we want a full picture of what the current deficit is so that we can, again, figure out what that target is so we can stop it from moving any more than it already is.
Okay. There's a lot of moving parts on this. We did bring an amendment to reduce the revenue. We did bring it. There was like an increase in local and then a decrease in federal. So we did do that. That was December 18th board meeting.
In the December board meeting.
Yes. As far as where we're at right now, I'm estimating, forecasting $32 million deficit. Revenue, $250.5 million. Expenditures, $268.1 million. With the other sources of medical for the self-funded at $14.1 million, sorry, $14.4 million. It's giving us a $32 million deficit.
Can you repeat those
I was
numbers
gonna
just
say,
one more
can
time?
you email us those
Yeah.
numbers so we all have them
Yes.
correctly? Or do you want to write them down? Or you want it in an email? Okay, maybe,
We
maybe.
sent that email late in the day to Dr. Gosh, but
Okay.
we're ready to answer it now, but we can follow up.
Okay,
with the
yeah, if
email.
you could follow up and just
Yeah,
maybe throw it in your weekly
can follow
report
it up,
tomorrow.
right.
That way, it's always a good place for us to look at it. So that way, none of us write it down wrong. So, okay, that was the only question I had on 5B. Anything else from my colleagues? Seeing no other questions, I move to approve the attached budget amendments to the budget for the 2026 fiscal year.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet. And you can cast your vote. Oh, Ms. Stanford, hit it one more time. Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, moving on to G. My comments are on G, H, and I as a whole. I am concerned about our bond spending. I was looking at our financials, our bond financials, and from August 1st to October 31st, just in those 90 days, we took approximately $6 million out of our unallocated interest for projects. And so now our unallocated interest in Prop A has gone down quite a bit, taking us down to only 9 million. The three projects, G, H, and I, are about 6 million over what was budgeted for each of those projects. Taking another 6 million out of our unallocated interest would leave us with only 3 million. And for me, that's very concerning because we're only 43% expended and encumbered on our bond 2022 Prop A, meaning more than half the projects are still pending a contract or an encumbrance. And with the cost overruns we've seen from August to now, I'm worried about our ability to fund the remaining projects in this bond. Also, I haven't seen yet, I know you guys were working on the, I'll say this word wrong, the arbitrage, I always say the arbitrage, okay, analysis, and we're likely gonna have to pay back some of that interest that was in excess of what we were allowed. From looking at all the financials today, I think it would be prudent for us to pause this for 1 month and have district and bond council bring back to us in February an analysis of where we're at with our bond expenditures, estimates on our remaining projects, the arbitrage analysis, and a recommendation on how to use the rest of those unallocated interest funds. Because I know we've tossed around using it for renovations if we consolidate schools. Well, if it's gone, we can't use it for that. And so that we can make sure we're making a good informed decision on these three items, especially because there are some alternates in there that if there's funds, once you, like Mr. Brooks said, if you're gonna tear open a wall, you might as well put 3 wires in and not 1, right? Because you already got the wall open type thing. So if that is an option to do those, but just spending 6 million without knowing, or taking another 6 million out when we already took 6 million out, seems, I'm not super comfortable with that. So with that said, I motion to postpone items 5G, 5H, and 5I to the February board meeting and ask that they be re-presented at our regular board meeting with that additional bond finance data. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Ryan to postpone till February meeting and a second by Ms. Potteet. Any discussion of the postponement for the next month? Go ahead.
I do.
Gosh.
Sorry. I did want to say a couple of things about this. I know that these particular projects were listed in the bond, and we did have a specified amount budgeted for them. What I do know in terms of the overage that is here that is above what was originally budgeted, some of those costs are due to, and Ms. Ryan is correct, because we did talk about this in bond oversight, that there are additional items in here as alternatives, but the purpose for those alternatives being in there is that when the contractors began to do the evaluation of those facilities, their recommendation was, you're going to need to do this anyway within the next year or so. And so it was decided by the team that it would be in our best interest to go ahead and include those now, knowing that in 1 more year we would need to go back in and make those adjustments. I would like Mr. Brooks to speak a little bit to the finances and the interest and some of those costs associated with this. But I do know in terms of moving forward with some of our bond projects, these are important projects to keep things on track. So, Mr. Brooks, if you could possibly address some of the items related to the funding and the unallocated interest that's being used.
Well, bottom line up front, if we're not going to recommend the alternates, that's fine. But the original scope of work, we want that to move forward because it was already part of the bond in Bond 22. The alternates, as Dr. Gosh just said, was items that, like the pneumatic actuators, wanting to replace them with motorized ones. The team is having issues finding parts as those old aging pneumatic actuators start going out. They're starting to replace those, and when they have to replace them, they're looking for old parts because they're outdated. They don't make those anymore, and so they're moving to the motorized ones and kind of bringing us into the 21st century. Do we have to do all of those alternates right now? No, we don't. But we do know that over the next year or two, we're going to have to come back to many of these 11 schools and possibly undo work that will get done in order to then replace those actuators. So that was the reason why we put these alternates in here, saying, hey, since we're already here and we know we're going to have to do this stuff, we might as well go ahead and get it done now. Now, as far as the finances, as of December 31st, there's $10 million in unallocated interest. I got with Ms. Baird today, and we looked over this. You mentioned arbitrage, Ms. Ryan. I'm sure you already know, the purpose is to spend that unallocated interest down so that we don't incur the penalty, the arbitrage penalty that we would have to pay, because when you get a bond, we're not supposed to make money off of the bond when we're putting it in the bank, we're getting interest off that money. There's a certain amount, I think it's 3%. I don't know the numbers. These are the finance guys, but I think you're supposed to spend that money down so that you don't incur the arbitrage penalty. And so spending the unallocated interest down helps us in that sense to not then have to pay that penalty. So again, we're recommending the work, but if the board doesn't want to do the work, we are asking that then you not approve the alternate stuff, but allow us to go ahead and do the original scope of work that the bond called for.
So I just didn't want to give you the impression I didn't want to do the work. Again, the motion was just to postpone a month. I just didn't want
Understood.
anybody to think that. If we can do it, I just want to feel warm and fuzzy, but, sorry. Let's see, next up is Ms. Botit, because you're first.
Yeah, I was basically just going to ask if we push this off a month, how far off a schedule is this going to push you? And basically, how is it going to affect?
I would ask
Moving forward.
Mr. Mora to come up to answer that question for me. Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, if the board wants to wait a month, we're going to be pushed into STAR testing. There's also an expiration on these prices. If we go beyond that expiration date, then the contractors do have the right to ask for more money. So,
Do we know the expiration date?
off the top of my head, I can't tell you.
Gotcha.
It's 90 days from the closing date of the bid.
Okay, are there any other repercussions that we would just need to know about if this was delayed? Because I know you just mentioned, obviously, STAR testing, and when you get involved with STAR testing, I know that you're not able to get into those schools, and that contractors can ask for more money. Is there anything else we need to know about
Yeah,
that?
Mr. Brooks, would you like to add something to that?
Well, I just, after he answers that, I want to
Sure.
address something Ms. Ryan said.
Yes, so if these bids expire, or we decide we want to go out to bid again, I can guarantee you the prices are all going to go up. They're not going to get cheaper.
And I did speak with bond counsel about this particular project and our recommendation to do this, and Mr. Hall, and he did say that we were good to go because the work that we're asking for is permissible due to the scope of work. It's similar scope of work, and so he said we would be okay to use unallocated interest to get these projects done.
Okay, and just my last question would be, what's the level we normally keep the allocated interest at, or what do they recommend before we incur fees?
Oh, that's finance.
Well, we do have a CPA consultant that does that for us. It's like an intense math calculation and all that, so he's currently working on it, and we'll get it to you. But yes, there's going to be a like that. Right now, it was almost $700,000 that we owe, but we don't have to owe it because we've only had the bond for so many years.
Okay.
But I will tell you that our financial bond advisor, Dwayne Westerman, he did say it's coming up already. So we want to spend, and because we're hoping that it doesn't come back that it's higher than 600 or 700,000.
Okay, and when are we expecting those numbers to kind of kick in, or when we get those? Just
I just sent the
Roundabout.
text right now, trying to figure out how quick it's going to turn around, so I'll let
Yeah.
y'all know. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to see if we had any idea, because honestly, I don't know what that number is or what the
Yeah.
threshold is of when we're going to start being charged for this.
We'll
Yeah,
get it,
that's- Okay, that's exactly what I need to know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, Ms. Ryan, explain again why you want to postpone to next month? I want to understand what the postponement is for.
Because we still have over 50% of our bond projects under Bond Prop A that have not been expended or even encumbered with a contract yet. So if we've already spent almost all of our unallocated interest, if the other 50% of those bond projects continue to come in over budget, then we could be at risk of not being able to finish our bond projects. For example, if one of these is triple, right? So like if the concern is, are we confident? Now, I know technology is way under budget, but we never know what's going to happen with wires and things like that, right? That's a very volatile market. So I am just not comfortable at the rate we are spending this interest in a short amount of time that there will be enough left if there are overruns at the next 50% of the projects, or 58% I think we have left.
So I guess knowing that what I've experienced with the 2016 bond and the delays in our projects being completed, some of it was out of our control. We had a pandemic that really kind of messed that up a little bit. I think obviously if our bond attorney said we're good to go, Dwayne Westerman has also said we're good to go, then I'm confident we're good to go. If there is something that Ms. Ryan is concerned about that we have to pay, she's right, technology is under budget. We do have some additional options to consider, and if it comes down to it, then we'll just have to use general fund. We've done that in the past. It's not like it's so out of the ordinary. Hopefully that's not the case. But you're saying, Mr. Brooks, that you're comfortable with moving forward with it if the board were to say, let's do it?
I am.
Okay, so I will not support the postponement then. This is a motion for postpone, and so I certainly want to move forward with it. So, thank you.
Ms. Stanford.
So I just want to ask y'all, Mr. Brooks, the experts in this field, in your viewpoint, is the rate of expense looking alarmingly quick to you? The rate of our expense?
I think she means
just-
using 12 million in like
I
only
understand.
6 months.
So I want to make sure we understand that the projects that we have going, monies are budgeted for each one of those campuses. So there's money on each campus for the bond projects for those campuses. That money has been set aside. Many of those projects come in under budget. And so when that happens, the excess money that's on that campus, we're able to then move to a general account or whatever. And it's kind of like a contingency fund that we start flooding the extra dollars into. That happens on every bond, and that's happening with many of the projects in Bond 22 right now. And so with that being said, that's why I'm confident that we would be okay to do this project with the alternates. Many of the projects has money on them right now. You see that, $7 million. There's money on each. There's 11 campuses with budgeted money already there. And so there will be money, that we would need to pull from unallocated interest to add to the money that's already on each one of those campuses to get this done. And so the calculation that me and Ms. Baer came up with today for all 11 campuses for the three items that we're talking about, package 3, package 4, and package 6, comes out to about 4.2 million or something like that. So we rounded it off to 5 million. That would cover all 11 of the campuses with all of the alternates that we're recommending. That's how much we would be asking to bring out of the unallocated interest for this, which would leave another 5 million still in unallocated interest after the projects are done.
So are y'all feeling that we're on pace, it's a normal rate of expense, or do you feel we've accelerated some? Are we a little bit fast in our spending? I want your assessment. Do we seem in the normal range?
I don't think we've accelerated. I think we're on track as far as what the guys have been doing in facilities, the projects that they've been cranking out. I think we're on track.
Okay.
We haven't.
Do you see any advantage to postponing?
That would be the board's decision.
No, as an expert in the field, I'm looking to the bond people. Do you see an advantage? I know it's our decision, but it's not our call.
So I think one point to kind of address with that, Ms. Stanford, is that when the projects were originally budgeted, this was done back in 21 leading up to 22 as we did this, the cost of many of these things has obviously changed. And that does equate for some of the reasons that the costs are different.
Correct.
And Mr. Mora mentioned it just a few moments ago that, in terms of postponing, depending on the expiration of, the pricing and the quotes, there can be cost changes. And typically what we have seen is cost changes go up. Now, I'm not going to say that they can't go down, because every once in a while, that does happen. It is a market and it fluctuates based on what's going on. However, that is, a component to consider is that, some of these are alternatives, yes. Some of them, I know Mr. Morris said, and Mr. Brooks affirmed also in the bond oversight, that it really is, in many cases, the cost of the materials and the cost of the work has gone up, in addition to some of the alternates that were selected.
Correct.
Just based on, previous conversations. I know one of the things that's been talked up here many times is, if we know we have a maintenance plan, if we know the maintenance is coming, what can we do to try to get ahead of that? And I think that's what essentially the department and the advisors were wanting to do, is let's get ahead of it instead of, having to constantly go back when things fail. So from that standpoint, I would strongly urge that we move forward and allow our projects to move forward in this way. I do think that the pricing is very good. I know that the company that has been selected is a company that we have worked with. They have a great
Yes.
reputation. And I am sure that if there is any way that they can come in on time and under budget, they will do everything that they can to do so. That would be my perspective. Mr. Brooks, Mr. Moore, if you have other things to add to that.
I echo that. I would say let's move forward with this project so that we can get it done. And the other thing I'll add to this is by allowing us to do this, it makes the campuses more efficient. The energy management team will be able to monitor a whole lot better as far as the HVAC systems, the HVAC controls. From the standpoint, like, for instance, it was just hot in here. And people fanning and whatnot.
Yeah.
The technology, by changing out pneumatic to motorized, they would be able to, from a computer or their phone, check to see what's going on with this building and be able to reboot it then, as opposed to sending a tech out to the building physically to inspect it. So again, do we have to do it? No, we can still do manual things to fix the building whenever it's needed. But if we have the ability to do it and do it in a more efficient manner, then I would suggest we go ahead and get it done.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for y'all's take on if there's an advantage to postponing, or if there's really more advantage to moving forward. And I think I'm hearing there's more advantage.
I recommend we move forward.
Move forward. So
Yes.
I will be supporting that.
Can I add one thing really quick? This bond itself is accruing a little over $500,000 every month in interest. So that unallocated funds is just growing. And this is a November report.
Ms. Knoyer, you're next, I believe.
So I was at the growth and planning meeting where you brought this up and talked about it. And for the board members who weren't here and for the community who wasn't there, we're already going into walls to do some wiring work and some other things that are happening. For us not to go ahead and do this while those walls are open doesn't make sense. It's like, for example, when I had to have my water heater replaced, there were new codes, there was new work that had to be done. It would be foolish to do just the water heater and then 6 months later come back and remove the water heater to do this thing and then put the water heater back in. So opening walls twice is a waste of time and money, not to mention the downtime that would happen when these go out. So, you know, you do planned obsolescence, right? You look at something, you know it's coming, when's the right time to go in and take care of it? When the wall's already open. So I do not support removing the alts from it. Those are going to be something we need. If it's not this year, it's next year. And I don't support postponing it, because postponing it just runs us into having difficulties getting things completed in a timely manner that don't interrupt instruction at the campuses.
Mrs. Potteet.
I actually just wanted to pull that back, but just real quick to Mr. Macias's point, I really don't want to go into the general fund because, for obvious reasons. So are we pretty confident that that's not going to be happening?
Yes, ma'am, we are confident. And for the point of arbitrage, because bond 2022 was a much larger bond, the interest that we're accruing at a greater rate than we have had with 2016 bond funds or 2017 bond funds. So it's actually good. In my conversations with John Hall and Dwayne Westerman, our financial advisor, they did warn, don't accrue too much. So you do want to spend down that unallocated interest. Of course, we want to save some, but we have 9.6 in Prop A and 10.5 in Prop B. So we truly have 19 million of unallocated funds in both props that I know we separate them, but they're truly not separated, and we can actually use them. And so their recommendation to us is, please use them, or your arbitrage reports are going to show that you're going to have to pay it back.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, and I'm willing to withdraw my motion to postpone. I just, again, there's things like Copperfield Elementary is sinking into a hole, right? And it is a $10 million budgeted project. And if that comes out at 15 million or 17 million, because once you start doing materials testing, I don't know how we're gonna get that school, just like Converse, to stop doing whatever it is doing in the ground. Wagner is sinking or rising, I can never figure out at one point, because like, we have to install rails because the soil is moving so much. So there are still some big projects out there that were literally guesses at how much it would cost, because there was no way to know until they start doing things. So I would be willing to withdraw my motion to postpone especially if, do we think we can get a follow-up, right? Can we get with, and just make us feel warm and fuzzier next month, that we've kind of looked through everything, and hey, where have we come in under? Where might we come in over, to kind of build our confidence that we're going to be able to get all these projects done for the community?
Yeah, we'll prepare a bond report and give you an update on that.
A financial one, like
Correct,
we've
a
been focusing
financial
on
bond.
the projects,
We're
which have been
focusing on
going
the projects.
amazing, but we haven't talked
Yes.
about the money a lot since we really
Right.
started.
And we'll look at a
doing all
financial,
these.
and we will talk to John Hall, and we will also talk to Westerman and get those numbers for you.
Okay.
That way you can kind of see what the arbitrage is.
Okay.
And we can look at
Okay.
what funds we have left over and the percentages of those projects, and get you all up to date on
Okay.
that.
Yeah, because I don't want to miss out. I've been pushing you so hard to get all these bond projects done, so it kills me to like ask you to wait. So I am withdrawing my motion. Who was my second anyway? You're withdrawing your second? You're withdrawing your second. So if there's no other discussion, I'm going to make a motion on G.
I just
Oh,
had
go
a
ahead, Mr. Macias.
rebut.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to make sure it's clear that the perspective of the board using general funds is not my go-to plan, but we've done that in the past, so it's just for a discussion. I don't like to use bond projects dollars with general fund. That's not the best course to take, but it certainly is an option. So obviously, we just know what our options are, and I appreciate you pulling it, and I move that we then approve consent items G, H, and I.
And I second. All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Ms. Ryan to approve consent agenda items G, H, and I. All right. Oops, sorry, I gotta clear that. Hold on, give me a second. And you can go ahead and vote. Oh, Laura, one more time. Or are you thinking? Oh, yes. We have one more time.
You have to vote, and Mr. Macias. No, I'm sorry. No, it's you. You need to do one more time. No, just confirm. Vote one more time. Right. The big blue button.
Okay, there we go. Motion passes 6-0. Sometimes we got to change the batteries out in these things, so, all right. Then that is, yes, so that concludes the rest of everything that was pulled off consent. Now we have some proclamations to read. Yes, Ms. Lee, would you mind grabbing the proclamation from Ms. Jones's desk? And would you mind reading that for her? Do you mind? Okay. Ms. Lee is going to read us the CTE Month proclamation.
Career and Technical Education Month is an opportunity to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in readying learners for college and career success. It is also a time to celebrate the accomplishments of CTE programs and the importance of CTE for all students of all ages. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Career and Technical Education Month and urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits Judson ISD offers for career and technical education programs.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Mr. Macias, could you read us your proclamation?
I'm very proud to announce that it is Black History Month. It's an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans. It's a time to recognize their central role in U.S. history. The history of people of African American heritage goes back thousands of years and includes some of the greatest, most advanced, and innovative societies in the history of human existence. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 26th as Black History Month and encourage all citizens to reflect on the rich history and teachings of Black Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Ms. Canoyer, could you read your proclamation, please, ma'am?
Thank you. It's my honor to read a proclamation about National School Counseling Week. National School Counseling Week is a week that focuses public attention on the unique contribution of school counselors within U.S. school systems. This week highlights the tremendous impact school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 2nd through 6th, 2026 as National School Counseling Week and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our school counseling staff for their hard work and dedication to Judson ISD students. And I personally want to thank all our counselors for everything that they do for our students.
Mrs. Poteet, could you read your proclamation, please?
Holocaust Remembrance Week was created to educate students about the history and lessons of the Holocaust. Judson ISD students, grades K through 12, receive Holocaust instruction during this selected week. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim January 26th through the 30th, 2026, as Holocaust Remembrance Week and urge our community and all citizens to pay tribute to the memory of the victims of the Holocaust.
All right, thank you. All right, now we will move on to discussion and consideration of action items. The first one we had on there was the Board of Trustees budget. I know Ms. Jones had wanted to be here for this. She was the one, we've been pushing this one forward a number of times. I know I had a number of questions on it. I'm guessing y'all didn't get a chance to quite get to that about the board budget.
I believe this is one of the few that we
Didn't
did
get
send,
to?
no, that we
Oh.
did answer
Oh.
and send to the board, related to the telecom charges and the
Correct.
reading materials.
Oh, maybe I was
So
thinking.
the telecom charges are related to the iPads and/or the computers that board members are provided. It has a cell dialer or a cell piece in it for you to have Wi-Fi anywhere. Those are the charges related to that particular component. The reading materials is related to some books that were ordered. I know in terms of the, I'm looking at your questions again, there was information in there about the Citibank charges. Those are related to food for various board meetings and various events that are related to the board members that we provided each one of our systems. I am trying to remember from memory on the high school achievements and the Drago investments. Ms. Holmes? The rental of the regalia is the Drago Investments,
okay.
where
All right,
we
I was
rent
trying
your
to figure it out.
regalia. And the high school achievements is,
Is your
Monarch
mic on?
Oh, you have to push a mic, sorry. Ms. Holmes never gets to talk, so it's all you.
I try not to. High school achievements is the rental of the regalia for the graduations
Oh,
for the
okay.
board. And Drago Investments is Monarch trophies. Those were name tags, the magnetic name tags, the awards that we give when we have board members leave.
Okay. I guess a couple comments on that, knowing some of that stuff, I think. So if we don't, for those of us who don't use iPads, can we turn those in and then we don't have to get charged? Because that seemed like some pretty big money, and I know some people probably do like having their iPad, and that's perfectly fine, but I also see a lot of people using personal devices, which is easier for many of us. I know I already turned my iPad in, so is that something that we can reduce if we choose not to have it?
so that is something that we can look at. Just be advised that when you're here, we are not able to connect you necessarily to the network. You may not always have, access. However, I know some of you do use your personal devices. We would prefer that district business be on district devices because there is some requirements should there be a public information request, or there should be other things that take place. So we do provide you with district devices to protect the district from that particular standpoint. From the security side of it, it's certainly something we can examine. It is not something that we have recommended in the past due to those security reasons. It's another reason that we actually request that all board members use district email instead of personal email addresses to address district business, because if information is requested, we do have to provide that. So we have in recent years looked at reducing the cost. I know there for a while, all board members had not only their iPad and whatnot, but during COVID, we also had hotspots. So we did look at that in this last year and reduce some of those. We can certainly look to see if there's anything that perhaps we don't need to do, and we'd be happy to examine that if that is something that you guys would like for us to do. However, I would strongly encourage that we maintain board members having district devices to conduct district business.
Yeah, and we can leave that. I mean, if you're just gonna let it sit home and collect dust anyway, go ahead and turn it in. But everyone is definitely, encouraged to have one and use one, if you so choose. I think the other big part of it is just our travel and conferences. I know that varies a lot from year to year, depending on what we're doing. I guess in my thoughts, and I know Ms. Jones, I think had mentioned something a month or so ago when this was going to be on the agenda to me, about really trying to limit ourselves in how much we're traveling, right? Like, we need to go to TASB, Texas Ag Con, because that's where we get all of our training, and Team of Eights go, and every once in a while it's in San Antonio, but that's the one that's usually out of town in Houston or Dallas. But then also just kind of limiting ourselves to then our other one local conference at Summer Leadership is always offered here in San Antonio. So we always have that local, if you want to go to Fort Worth, you're welcome to pay for that on your own. And do that, but just being very mindful of anything we are billing to Judson ISD as much as we can. I mean, obviously, there are things that we have to.
Right.
We got to have robes for graduation, so.
Yeah, I can say that from the standpoint of the training, that is something that we have done this year with our own staff, knowing the situation that we have, is that we still allow people to attend training, but it does need to be within the city. So, for example, the TASA conference, Midwinter Conference this year is in San Antonio. And the SLI conference that's put on by TASA TASB for board members, they always offer one here in San Antonio. And so we are offering individuals the ability, obviously we are in the city, so therefore we are then not hosting lodging. associated with that, which would be an additional cost that we would have if it was in Austin or somewhere else. We have had staff members that have requested to go to conferences that are out of the city. And the district has said that you are still free to help yourself grow. However, that would be at your own cost in order to do that. So within our own walls, we are limiting ourselves to things at Region 20 and things that are offered into the city. So that would mirror what we are trying to do as a district to reduce our cost.
Yeah, I think that would send, a good signal to all of our employees. So, like, for example, all my leadership TASB travel, I'm going all over the state. None of that's being billed to Judson. That's all on my own dime. I'll be going to SLI at Fort Worth. That'll be on my dime next year, too. So I think I would just ask the board, I don't think anybody signed up to go to Galveston because there is another conference in Galveston that's pretty expensive. I think registration was like $900 for that one. I think we just need to be very, very conscious on that, and let's look at ways to reduce. And I think when we go forward in the budget process for 26, 27, I think if we can continue to look at this and then set ourselves some good board budget goals when we go into the next budget cycle. I guess. I think it's kind of why we put that on there. Does anybody have any other comments or feel like we need to take any action on it, or we're just going to do the best we can this fiscal year, and when we head into next budget, we make you guys produce all these things for your departments? Well, our department is going to look at ours really good for next year, too. Anything else?
Mr. Macias.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the button. Sorry, Mr. Macias, go ahead.
Right now, our current budget for training is at 4,000. Is that correct? I believe it is. Yeah. So it once upon a time was at 6,000, and it's at 4, and that's tight, right? So historically, board members pick the professional development that's relevant for them. I've done a lot of professional development to get to this point. Region 20, God bless them, it's just not the same as being in a conference with other colleagues. NSBA is going to be in San Antonio this year, the National School Board Association Conference. So we can actually go to that, and it'll be local. So I've been to D.C. multiple times to talk with congressmen, and that's with TASB. And they have a delegation that goes there. It's very powerful to be in a room with folks, learning what the issues are across the country. So I would just say, colleagues, whatever it is you're looking for to continue to develop, you should. Obviously, I think we're all cognizant of our $4,000 amount that we have, and I would like to continue to do that. And Betty Holmes, I need to look at you because I want to attend NSBA, and we'll see if there's any funding available for that. But the other thing is that when we look at board budget, I mentioned to Dr. Fields just a couple of weeks ago that I might request that we pull out all of the internal audit function this year based on our restrictions that we're seeing in budget. And that I need to confirm with administration what that amount is. And that would be sizable. I still think there might be 50,000 in that account that's attributed to the board. So there are efforts for us to continue looking at ways to reduce funding. So that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. I have consistently, for the last number of years, been mindful of how much I incur in expenses. I ask for the district to pay for the hotel and for the conference, should it be a conference that's out of the city. But I do not charge for mileage, and I do not charge for meals. That is, on a retired teacher's salary, sometimes a little struggle, but it's important to me that I not usurp funds that could go to students. So that's a recommendation I might make for other board members to consider as well. I don't fly. That costs more money. And frequently I do have my wife coming with me to stay in the room. It doesn't cost any more money for her to stay there, and we pay for our own food. So that is something that I would suggest that all of us consider as maybe a contribution back to our budget.
Go ahead, Mrs. Poteet.
Obviously, I haven't been on the board as long as Ms. Canoyer or Mr. Macias, but the same has gone for me. I didn't charge any mileage or anything for the one conference I was going. Actually, Ms. Jones and I carpooled just to kind of conserve energy, gas, and money. And going forward, I never had any intention of charging the district for dinners or any kind of the small expenses that you incur when you're on these trips. Like, they're a privilege, and we absolutely understand that they're a privilege, that we are able to go and speak with some of our colleagues and just get some different information that we don't necessarily get from here. Just people that are in the same kind of field that we're in. Sorry, just lost my train of thought there. So yeah, going forward, I have no problem not charging the district pretty much anything other than the cost of whatever conference that I'll be attending.
Yeah, and I'm learning about a lot more scholarship opportunities out there too. So there was one to go to the TASB DC conference. And so I'll work on gathering a lot more of those opportunities so that our board members can apply and get scholarships to go on some of these other conferences that might not be our normal two, right? But if you want to go to DC with TASB and do federal legislative things and other stuff, there may be other ways for us to do that and be able to do that on someone else's dime and not our dime. So, okay, any other discussion of board budget?
Who put this item on the agenda, Ms. Ryan?
It was on like 3 months ago, and so we cleaned up all the things we had delayed forever ago. So when the finance stuff first came out, we were just trying to push everything forward. Didn't want to leave anything off that we had pushed, so. Okay, if nobody sees any action needed or anything, then we can move on. Hold on, I lost my agenda already. Whew, where are we? All right, we are moving on to 6B. Mr. Macias, that's your agenda item.
Yeah, I put this action item not necessarily because we needed to take action, but in case the discussion led itself there. But I asked for a summary of legal cost. And so in May of 24 to 25, based on the information provided by administration, we spent over $11,193 in legal services. But starting from May of 25 to right now, in January, we've spent $33,442. We've spent 3 times more. There's descriptions here that we can look through to see where that increase has come, but if we're spending triple the amount, guys, that's way too much in legal fees, and we need to rein that in. And the year's not even over. So we still have to get all the way to May to have an actual comparison. So I would say that I brought this forward to figure out how we can ensure that we're not going over our expense budget for legal services. And to see a distinction between 11 to now 33,000 is concerning. Talking about saving money, not going over, we need to get a handle on this. And I don't know if we need to create a subcommittee to take a deep dive? Is it me? Am I calling the lawyer all the time? Is it our board president? Where is all this happening from so that we can diminish a reliance on legal services? Because gotta love them, but our lawyers like to make money. So if they have an opportunity to make money, they're making a lot from us right now. So I wanted to hear from my colleagues on that because we need to figure a way forward. We can't continue to be at this rate and then say on the other, we're trying to save money. It just doesn't work.
Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Do we have a budget for that? We just looked at the budget. Is there an amount that we allot for? It's wide open? Oh, the public loves that.
I'm going to default to Ms. Martinez in terms of do we actually?
We started at 42 that was adopted, 42,000, and it's been revised to almost 122,000.
What? When was it revised to that?
Bills are coming in, and we have to do a budget transfer to pay the bills.
For our legal fees?
Yep.
From where? Or the board legal fees?
Yes. I'm looking at board budget summary right now, like, of everything, like, currently, like, right now as of today.
So we had budgeted for 42,000. Is that what I understood you to say? And we're up to we had to.
And we put 42,000 in there because last year, our audit numbers that just came in, board spent 38,000, and as, in the whole year. And then as of right now,
What year was that,
January.
38,000?
24, 25?
24,
The one that
25,
just was
38,000?
audited and finished.
Okay.
And right now, y'all are, the board's expenses are at 55,000.8. And the POs encumbered right now is almost 62,000.
Another 52,000?
Well, it's a PO, it's encumbered right now, so for future, for legal. This is legal only. This is not contracted services, this is just legal alone.
So do we have a breakdown of what all that is being spent on, what it's for? I don't have it printed out.
No, we handed it on the dais.
Oh. This.
Do you have another question, Ms. Stanford? Otherwise, I have some follow-up information on that.
Not yet.
from-
I'll come
Okay.
back.
Yes, so just for some clarification on that, because we did have a meeting, a number of the cabinet members were there, and Alex, Ms. Miranda, Dr. Fields' secretary who handles this. The issue is that Walsh Gagos does not separately bill the board and the district. So there is a manual calculation where things are just kind of assigned between the board and the district legal expenses. So, for example, if there is a level 3 grievance that has to come to the board, Alex said, the level 3 grievance gets billed to the board, right? So even though we didn't cause they spend a lot of time talking to the superintendent, lawyers are preparing for the grievance and stuff like that. But if that's, a $10,000 or $13,000 grievance, that gets billed all to us. Mid-contract termination, non-renewals, I'm trying to think of all the other things that we as the board have done as actions. The legal bills related to all of those are all being billed to the board. Walsh Gagos does not split those out. They said they could, but there would be a cost to do individual billing and try and figure out between the board and the district, because how much was district's legal fees? Did we see 400,000 or 500,000? Is that how much?
Sorry.
I think the district's legal fees were what, 400,000 or 500,000?
Yes,
And
for
then
the,
ours?
yes, I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, last year was, I think, the whole year for everything?
Yeah,
Let me look, sorry.
somewhere in that four.
I'm gonna check right now.
Or maybe it was more or less, I don't remember. But yeah, so they do the best that they can to try and allocate those funds to us, but if there are going to be more level 3 grievances, more mid-contracts, more terminations and things that you see kind of on our closed session agendas, those are all going to continue to get billed to us. Right now is kind of the way we've been doing it.
It was
so.
$415,580
Okay, so, all right, so I was
for the
close.
whole
I was
district.
in the fours. I was close. So, yeah, just so you understand how billing goes. So if that is something we want Walsh Gagos to do in the future, we'd probably have to get a cost estimate from them on how much for them to do that level of itemized billing, if that's something the board's interested in. So,
Yeah, if we're looking at costs that the board spends, we just were doing that, then I would be interested in getting a sense of what we're spending in legal fees. That's a certainly big area for expense when it comes to lawyers. We love them, but they do cost.
correct. Oh, no, and I'd recommend it. We have not gone out for RFQ for this for 9 years to negotiate better rates and anything like that. So,
Well, it's
yeah,
not
that
just
should be
rates.
considered too.
It's
Hourly
not
rates.
just, it's
Yeah.
not just rates, it's the usage. How often are we using them and for what, right? We need to monitor our board usage of legal, it looks like, and I'll have to study this.
Yeah, I can talk to Walsh Gagos and see, and get you guys a cost estimate if they were to do explicit itemized billing on it. So, and I think sometimes, how we've been handling board members' calls to the attorneys also. Our good governance says if a trustee has a question about a legal matter, they are supposed to seek guidance from the board president or the superintendent. We have not been doing that. We have just all trustees have just been calling Jameson with every question on everything without at least seeing if the board president had a simple answer to it. And so that has been racking up, a number of bills also. So, because I get notified all of those. So just in 3 months, there was one board member who contacted 13 times without contacting the board president first. So yeah, all those bills are definitely going to add up on all those calls over time. So, all right, let me figure out where I am in the, first was Laura. We'll come back to you, Laura, because I think you're still thinking. Oh, or are we going? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm just clearing out the thing. We went to you, then we went to me. Now we're going to Mr. Macias. Go ahead, sir.
And I'll yield, because this is a rebuttal, so if someone has comment, I mean, I'll
Yeah, does
yield
anybody have
first.
their first comment? Nope, then we're going to rebuttal round, so you're up, sir.
So the reason why I think we need to look into it is because I'll give you, there is summary from the attorneys on to what the nature of the calls are. On August 12th, there was a telephone and text message conference with Board Vice President regarding requests for clarity action taken at a previous board meeting. It cost us $468. On August 8th, there was a telephone conference with the board president regarding district and campus level scheduling issues. Telephone conference with Board of Trustees regarding request for legal guidance and an update, $468. So we have information on who is actually calling and what the bills are. So again, you might be right, I might be calling too, and they might be billing me. But one thing that my colleagues need to know, we don't funnel our request to talk to legal counsel through the board president. The legal counsel is for the entire board. So we have every right to contact legal counsel for any questions, and I don't need permission from the board president to talk to legal counsel. But if I'm costing the district money, I'd like to know, because we have a big difference in legal cost. But I suspect that's not the case. And so what I'd like to move is have an ad hoc committee review these documents so that we can get a better sense, because we may need to develop a policy that reins in the cost of legal cost. We just can't afford to be this far off budget. And so that's really where I was headed with this, because I certainly want a deeper analysis on this. And it's not about Walsh. There's an implication that maybe we need to bid out services. All the lawyers charge about the same rate. It's not like we're going to get a different rate somewhere else. And so I've been doing this a long time. It's all the same. So especially if you want quality legal services. We just need to rein it in, and I think having a committee, obviously our board rules allow Ms. Ryan to select that committee, but we can have board action and take volunteers to have that, to take a deeper look into it. But that would be my thing, and we do have enough data, as I read to you. I could read more descriptions. We know where the calls are coming from and where the cost is. So it's not that loose. We know. So that's my rebuttal. I'll make a motion in a little bit, but I wanted to give my colleagues a chance to rebut.
Well, I think none of us have ever seen this document before today. I have asked Walsh Gallegos for this type of information, so I've literally never seen this. So, like, if we're getting billed some of those, or some of us are getting billed some of those, like, that probably should be validated, because our retainer agreement, if we're calling with general questions, we are not supposed to be getting charged. So now you got me worried that if we're getting charged, yeah. I agree. This probably does need to look into. Yeah, you're not going to get a disagreement from me out of that. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Well, then, like I said, and I don't want to.
Make the motion.
All right, then.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Well, again, I still want rebuttal.
If you have questions about this item, you can announce a closed session under 071, and I can give legal guidance regarding some of the issues that you've been asking about.
Yeah, do you want to hold off on this till after closed session? Because then I could announce this and the other ones in closed session, or do you just want to make your motion?
I obviously want to have the closed session discussion respectfully. I do want to hear from our legal counsel.
Okay.
But I also want an opportunity to just say that we're going to have to do this anyway, regardless of what the situation is. So I'd like to move to form an ad hoc committee to review legal cost. And that's my motion.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Now it's my turn. A motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Mrs. Potteet. Any further discussion? Okay, then we'll proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 6-0. We have some other committee stuff on the agenda now, so I'll let everybody know about appointments later. I know Mr. Macias wants to be on it, so I got that noted. All right, next agenda item is, speaking of committees, Ms. Stanford, I will turn over 6C to you.
Okay. I'm suggesting that we form a board ad hoc committee to discuss, look into, really, discipline and bullying issues. And this sprang from a Zoom call that me and Ms. Ryan and Ms. Jones were on with a parent from the district, and I can't remember the name of the organization.
IDRA.
IDRA. There she is, over there, okay. And we decided that maybe we could get something, a more formal look into the challenges and the issues that come from discipline and bullying problems. I'm not sure, and I'm getting some information from some personnel in district about the percentage of bullying issues. Apparently, bullying is such a high bar, or a unique bar, let me put it that way, that it's not that we have a whole lot of bullying issues, but we have a whole lot of stuff leading up to that. And if we could get a better handle on maybe how are we handling it at the beginning, and maybe we could keep it from escalating higher. So a committee would be become acquainted with the struggles that parents may be having in the process. And I have heard of some where parents just, they don't feel heard, they don't know where to go, they get emails going to the wrong place, confusing. And look at our current policies and the surveys that we've given out. Just look at the various surveys and identify the weak areas in our system. If there's some way that we can help mitigate or make better the discipline problems that we have, and where it breaks out into very uncomfortable and even unsafe situations for students in the classroom, we certainly want to do that, because ultimately it affects teaching, it affects academic performance if kids are being challenged in their classrooms to feel safe and comfortable, and how do we handle it? So the committee would be to begin to gather information, talk to teachers, talk to staff in the district, and try to see where we might have some issues. So I don't know who would, do they get assigned to it? But if we have the committee, we'll begin that work. Whoever's going to be on it, I'll be on it.
I'll jump in on that, Ms. Stanford. I'm so grateful to have been working with IDRA and Ms. Stanford and Ms. Jones and some of the parents from our community for the last few months. You know, boards often use the phrase, policy is our legacy as a school board, because it's the one thing that lasts after we are long gone. And it is our responsibility to make sure that we have policies that reflect the values and the culture of our district, and are very unique to Judson. And every single one of our students deserves to feel emotionally, socially, and physically safe in our schools every single day. And it's really the responsibility of the board to make sure we have policies that reflect that and make sure that is happening. IDRA has done some great work in other school districts. They've already started to look at our policies. And I'm excited that an ad hoc committee can take on a project to work collaboratively with them, with the district administration, and our community members who want to be involved to develop policies. Well, then that can then feed to administrative procedures that lead to checklists, that lead to community outreach plans, and any other important items that our community feels are important. Because when we wait till it hits the qualification of bullying, we've failed that child already, because there was stuff that led up to that, right? Yeah. And conflict and mean girls and all of that is just as destructive to our kids and impedes their learning. So I'm excited that I know 3 of us have already kind of been working with IDRA, so they kind of volunteered already. But to be able to bring back to this board that collaborative effort with both the district and our community members and the expertise that they bring, and bring you guys back some ideas on changes to policy, and then district can present, their complementing admin procedures, I hope. So I'm super excited for what this could mean for our students. And I think we talked about just kind of having a kind of an open first committee meeting and see where the interest is, right? And then start to work on who those committee members are, and hopefully maybe some of the SAC students would be willing to participate that too, because student voices are super important. So I'm excited about this and excited to be working with Ms. Jones and Ms. Stanford.
So do we need to make a motion, or is there
I'll
more
say,
discussion?
any other discussion before Ms. Stanford makes a motion? All you, Ms. Stanford, go.
Okay, so I move that we create a board committee, a board ad hoc committee to address discipline and bullying issues.
I second. So we have motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Ryan. We will proceed to vote. All right, motion passes 6-0, and we thank you, IDRA, for coming tonight, and we will and Ms. Laura Wickwire for helping connect everybody and being part of that, and all the other parents who have been logging on with us too. So we will be reaching out shortly on the way ahead on this, so we appreciate you all.
Look happy.
Yes.
So
Oh,
good.
she's smiling. That smile needs to be contagious over there, girl. Okay. All right. That is it for discussion, consideration of action items. Now we'll move on to discussion items and reports. So 7A, I'll turn over to you, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, we don't have to elaborate too much on this. I just requested a report of board request, and one of the concerns I've had, and I've made a secret about it, is that are we inundating our administration with board requests? And I'm one to want to get information, so I know how important it is for us to ask. But I did ask for a report, and we were provided this information today. So, and I'll put it all out there, I guess. Ms. Canoyer has asked 13 requests. Ms. Jones has asked 13 requests. Ms. Lee has had 5. I have had 17. Ms. Poteet had 23. Ms. Stanford has had 76. And Ms. Ryan has had 250. And that is a lot of requests for a lot of things that are probably way outside the scope. And I don't want to seem negative of Ms. Ryan's enthusiasm to ask a lot of questions, but you have to ask yourself, have we gone too far by asking so many points for clarity? It needs to be evaluated. Again, my goal is not here to say, hey, you've asked too many questions. We have a right to ask as many questions as we want. But when you have such a difference, this is almost one of those things, do we need to look at the nature of questions being asked? Are they micromanagement level? Are they high-level board questions? And, if we need to take another deeper dive, but obviously I just wanted my colleagues to know this is a serious discrepancy in what's being asked and what's being needed. And if administration has already brought this forward, it's a concern. So for all of us on the board, we should be concerned by the degree of questions that are being asked and our requests. So, and then on top of that, when Ms. Ryan does ask for a request, she puts the big statute. You have to give me this information because you have to follow, which administration then is like, well, let's hurry up and give it to her. They legally have 20 to 30 days to get the information back. But when you're asking before a board meeting and you need the information to vote, well, it puts them in a tough spot. I know none of them are going to say anything. That's fine. I'm not asking them to. But as a board member, I know it puts a serious strain throughout the entire administrative staff to address these concerns. And so we need to be better. I don't know eventually if this will be an action for us, but we just can't have that many requests. So I just want to put it out there, and obviously I know Ms. Ryan has a comment, but that's why I've asked for this information.
Yes, I don't think any of us saw this document till tonight, too. We've seen a similar document, and there was a request to Dr. Fields because there's 2 different things board members do, right? So board members have the right to do PIA requests, but we don't have to use the PIA system, right? So if we ask for, hey, can we get the enrollment report on Skyward, so we know how many students we have in the district, right? A member of the public could do that, and you go to the PIA website and put that in. We're allowed to just email in and ask for any document that we want, and there's nothing the board can do to do that. So there were not 250 document requests, so I'm not sure where these numbers come from. But that is what we're supposed to be tracking as a board and it is a report that is produced once a year. So how many essentially PIA requests we do for documents, because we don't pay for them. If a citizen asks for a 9,000-page document, they're going to get charged for a 9,000-page document, and we don't. So that's kind of the point of that, is to track those types of things. So I guess what is most concerning on this is our rule is when one of us asks, whether it's a question, just a simple question about something in the board book, or it's a PIA request for a document, that is to be sent to the entire school board, right? That goes back to all 7 of us. None of us have a right to information that the others do not. So I know for a fact I have not gotten this, I have not seen 17 questions from Mr. Macias and seen those responses from Dr. Fields go back to this entire board. So, so I'm gonna follow up with you about where this data came from, because
I can answer a little bit.
it looks like I missed some emails in the process.
Yeah, so what this is we did a request to see any emails that were sent by board members to Cabinet and/or Dr. Fields. And that is a straight count of how many emails there were from each person. And so some of those may not necessarily be, some of those from Mr. Macias or even from you, Ms. Ryan, may not necessarily be a request. It was just a simple count of the number of documents. That also includes like back and forth. It's not necessarily unique emails either. It could be, a question was asked, you sent a response, and then it came back. So it was a straight count of emails that was sent from a board member to either cabinet level individual or to Dr. Fields.
Oh, so
we did not. That does not
so as
include
board president, so like when Dr.
It doesn't
Fields and
include
I
like
are going.
we weren't reading them, so I can't tell you the content of each one
Okay.
of those. Okay, so those are just the total number of emails that were counted, because that was really the only way to tabulate those numbers.
That
So
makes
just-
that makes a lot more sense, because the board president and the superintendent on administrative things, like there's a ton of emails back and forth about agendas and postings and ceremonies and whatever, like president-y type stuff. So, okay, so
Yeah,
part
we-
of that number makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it would be a
because-
much more in-depth request for us to go through and determine how many of those were
Actual
say,
requests.
related to a board request that would go back out to all of the board members versus just a message that was sent back and forth. So I don't want to give I'm not saying that the data is inaccurate, I'm just saying that is what was collected.
So this is number of emails sent by board members, not board member requests, just generally emails sent, just a straight count.
That is,
Okay. To
That
either the
is how
superintendent or a
those
cabinet
numbers
member.
were tabulated, to prevent
Okay.
Ms. Holmes and Ms. Holmes from having to read through all of
correct. I
those
don't
emails. So we
think-
just pulled down the records, and they were a count. Is that correct, Ms. Holmes?
Okay, count of emails. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Okay, no, I'm good, fine with those numbers then. Okay. Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, this is something I've tried to keep track of for a long time as well, because I've gotten a sense from Cabinet many times that they feel inundated with requests, and it has reached a point at times where it pulls them away from district business, it pulls them away from campuses where we really need to have our main attention focused. So keep finding a way to track it. I think once a year is maybe not soon enough. But that Texas code that you quote a lot, Monica, Ms. Ryan, 11 point, is it 521 or 215?
1512C? 11.1512C, right?
1512.
I think.
And that
That's off the
does
top of my head.
accompany a lot of, has been in many of your emails. It basically says the district has to answer the board, whatever they want. And my point to that is, we might have the right to ask a lot of questions, but do we need to maybe monitor it so it's not the sky's the limit? And we're just throwing stuff at admin that they then are compelled by law to answer. So it seems like that's kind of a budgetary concern in a way. Maybe we need to be careful about budgeting the time that we're spending of administration so that they're not investing too much of their time in it. It's a balancing thing, right? We need to be cognizant of the fact that we are pulling them toward us. We're pulling them into our need, and we just need to be sure our need is balanced. I think balance in everything is a good way to look at it. Moderation in everything, to where you're not asking too little, like I don't care, and you're not asking so much that the administration is focusing too much on you. Now, how we do that, I don't know, but I will say that that same code, 11.1512, also compels the administration to keep track of it and on a quarterly basis report any requests from a board member that requires more than 250 pages if you printed it all out. So, and then they're supposed to report that on our website along with an estimate of cost. And I discovered that several months ago and let the district know. That law does say that, but I don't think that they've gotten in the swing of that because that's not been their typical, it's usually been annual. It's just been every year. But I agree that the board needs to be aware not just of how much money they're spending, which we do as a board, but also how much time we're requiring of the district. Are we pulling them too much, making them focus too much on us? And only the board can monitor that, and we as a board need to be more aware of that and more open to discussion amongst ourselves so that we can all together keep it reasonable.
Yes, and this has been discussed a lot in closed session too, but since we wanted to do it in open, as I've expressed to my colleagues, again, we have somewhere between 30 to 50 items on every agenda, right? And so board members have to do their due diligence and ask questions. So as I've asked Ms. Stanford numerous times, if there's any examples of things I've asked for, you don't understand why I'm asking for, because I did not ask for the shoe sizes of everyone in Miss McKinney's first grade class, right? Like those types of things. So, and other board members have expressed, especially the new ones, how appreciative they are of that, because you kind of don't know what questions to ask. And I think once we kind of clean up the board book and we start getting, more detailed information so that we can make decisions, I think it'll get easier. But yeah, I think there's also a lot of back and forth between board presidents and superintendents on just little stuff too. So, but it is what it is. I know everybody up here wants to make the best data-driven decisions that they possibly can, because kids are involved. So we want to make the best decisions for our kids we can. All right, any other discussion of this? Oops, this was not an action item.
No, I have a rebuttal, though.
Go ahead, Mr.
And
Macias.
so, again, I'm not even clear what action to take on this yet, but it's just important to note the amount of information. I tend to still think there are a lot of requests in there, but I don't want to take time from staff to go through them. I know that legally we have to pull those reports, so maybe in May, I don't know when you do that, but Ms. Holmes, if it's every May or every August or every year, but in June. So we just need to be cognizant of that now. I doubt that these are just happy emails, how are you doing, Dr. Fields, back and forth. There's definitely more to the communication, but we could also take a deeper dive too, just like we're going to do with our legal services, if we want to find out. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Board members can make requests. I'm just simply saying, let's be sensitive about the type of request we're asking for and make them high level at the board level and nothing more detailed. If not, we can ask it in open session. I'm still a big fan of talking in open session than going back and forth by email. Make the request in public. Well, thank you.
One question I would ask the board is if they would like administration for us to kind of have a conversation about ways in which we could do exactly what you're speaking about, Mr. Macias, coming up with a way in which maybe we could better internally track what is, a full request of a question versus what is kind of a back and forth. I I think for right now, we're, answering questions and responding and trying to send that back out to the full board. But with each one of those that comes in, we certainly can look at some other systems, maybe loop Ms. Holmes into that process, but maybe come up with some suggestions as you guys work through this to maybe help in that as you go forward.
Well, just whatever works, but I think going forward, there needs to be a way to capture it. And we can't have staff spending all day reading emails. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to do. So even if we take and identify a process going forward to start capturing that, that's great. But I also know that Ms. Ryan made a comment earlier about that she hadn't seen 17 requests come from me. Again, I don't need Ms. Ryan's permission to ask for a request, and she certainly doesn't need mine to ask for a request. So if I send a request, we just need to find a way to ensure that Ms. Holmes is aware, because sometimes she's not part of the communication, so that's where it may get lost. But TEA, we have to report board member requests. So if anything, this helps us identify a plan forward that maybe Ms. Holmes has to be on it just as a minimum, just so she can start to notate that as we're going forward.
Oh, no, sorry, to clarify, Ms. Macias, I'm just saying, I don't recall Dr. Fields sending the whole board an email where, like you see with Ms. Stanford and I, right? You'll see response to Ms. Stanford's email and all 7 of us. I'm just saying, I don't remember 17 of those, but now that we know it wasn't necessarily 17, it was just 17 emails to Dr. Fields type thing. Yes, yes, and if we are required to have a process for PIAs of board members, right? So when documents are requested, like PEAMS enrollment report, I ask for that every couple of months, right? So I know how many students we have, right? There should be some sort of log of a request for documents, just like the PIA department does, and they keep a log of all those documents that are requested. And maybe there's a shared drive those documents can then just go on. Then we know how many documents have been, requested out on some confidential shared drive. We can look into some different things. But yes, if it is a board member PIA request, those things have to be tracked because there are recording requirements. Asking random questions doesn't have to be tracked, but the
Right.
documents requests do have to be tracked.
So I am aware of a process that some boards use for doing this, such as creating an Excel spreadsheet where it is shared amongst all the board members, and they just put the question on there. It is answered by the cabinet, and everybody sees the question, and everybody answers, and it's just a document that you can access at any point that you want to see that, rather than those questions really coming through the email system. That may be something you guys want to consider. I know in some cases, people love it, and in some cases, people, don't like that particular system because, it keeps a running tab, and it can even be related to specific, you can have tabs for board requests and tabs for others. So I think there's several suggestions or things that we could discuss that might work better for administration, better for Ms. Holmes, and better for the board, but we're certainly open to however you would like for us to communicate with you.
I was going to say that is an amazing idea because I do remember hearing that in our TASB.
Hayes ISD does it,
Yes.
so Ms. Roscoe probably
And I
was
wanna-
talking about it.
I
at
want to
your-
say also, New Braunfels ISD also does that.
does it.
It sounds amazing because, just to be frank, it can get a little hard to track where the answers are when it's just a reply to an email versus if it's just in one specific location where I can just go right there and I don't have to go down the rabbit hole of kind of digging through all the emails. So if that is something the cabinet would be willing to do, I would absolutely support that, and I would absolutely.
Yeah,
love it.
I'll reach out to Hayes and get their copy, because they've offered it up at all of our trainings to see what they have, and I'll talk to her about their process. You guys have one too? Okay, so we'll look at a couple of different options and kind of send those out, and then at one of our workshops, we can look and see if that would work. And they said there just has to be rules because people do screw it up. So, and then all of a sudden you're in Open Meeting Act violation because people start having conversations, so you got to be very careful
Correct.
with those things.
You
They can
cannot
go bad.
respond to the questions in there. You would have to literally ask another question. So you
Yes.
do have to be careful with how you interact with the
You
documents.
even have to ask your question a certain way, because if you can steer a question that now becomes an argument versus the questions have to be very factual. So yes, we'll look into that and then bring some ideas back from some of the places that we have seen. So, any other discussion
I do.
on? I'm sorry.
I'm on that.
Go Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Okay. Responding to Dr. Gosh's idea to try to come up with some kind of tracking system or reporting system, I would be interested in the time that was required by administration to answer said questions. So I think the time and effort spent will give kind of a weight to the depth of the question, maybe the detail of the question, if we have a time measurement.
Well, I think that's a confusion. There is no requirement in the law to track how many questions someone asks. It is when you are requesting documents. So I think that's maybe where the confusion is. Board member requests is requests for documents from the system. And they
No,
have to be existing documents because newly created reports have to be approved by the board.
No,
So-
I don't think I'm confused. I'm saying that I want a sense of how much we're demanding, not the law, because we can do our own internal measurement. I'm looking for how much are we demanding of the administration, and I think the time that is required to respond to one of our requests might help measure that, might help give us a sense of how deep and involved it was versus simple and surface. So, yeah, time, and that's part of what you have to report according to, you have to report the time and the pages and the cost. You have to report the cost assessment, and that's going to be related to the time.
Correct, ma'am. Related to requests for documents, not questions about things in the board book. So, but we can talk about it offline. I can explain it to you. So
That's okay.
Well, no, again, the law says
I
it's a
don't need your
request for.
explanation, Ms. Ryan, but thank you very much.
So you think the law
for
says
your-
every time we ask a question
Point
on
of
an
order,
agenda?
Point of order, I have the floor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hammond.
I'm not confused, but what I'm trying to say is we need to have a way of measuring what kind of demand we're making of administration, not per law. This is an internal assessment where we're taking responsibility for how much we're demanding of the administration. And I think that assessing the time that is required on their part to respond to us might be one measurement that would be worth tracking.
Ms. Canoyer.
I support that, Ms. Stanford. I think that's a great idea. We should look at, are we demanding so much from our administrators that they can't focus on what we hired them to do? Whether it's a request for a document, or whether it's a request for information, or whether it's to share something, whatever it is, all of that is human capital money that, is technically part of the budget. So I would support being able to track the time that administration is expending on responding to board members.
All right, now we'll move on to 7B, ASVAB initiatives. Mr. Macias, that is yours. I know Dr. Gosh has some info, but I'll turn it over to you and see what you want to do with this one.
If you want to share that information, Dr. Gosh.
We actually asked Mr. Holmes if he could come and speak directly to the ASVAB initiatives that we have, how we use those particular assessments in terms of assisting our students. We do have some information in terms of our participation. We weren't sure, I felt like in our discussions with you, you were looking more for a report on how we use those results more so than the participation, but we certainly can share that participation information with you as well. But I'd like to invite Mr. Holmes up to kind of address how we utilize these to give you a much clearer picture, being that this is definitely his area of expertise in our advanced academics.
Well, I wanted to start the conversation with, obviously, this is career development for our students. If they take the ASVAB and they score well, it changes their trajectory in the military of what type of profession they will have. So naturally, I wanted to see if we have some work to help students prepare for the ASVAB as a minimum. Secondly, look for partnerships that could potentially coach our kids. Obviously somebody doing it for free is good, but whatever that might look like, because I'm just amazed sometimes that a kiddo is really smart, but they didn't take the practice test, and now they're doing infantry rather than being in the medical field. I mean, it's a big difference, and you learn differently. So because we know we're going to have students join the military. They need to know options. And so I want to explore what type of strategies we are doing in the district to ensure that we are maximizing that opportunity for all of our students that would want to take the ASVAB. That's basically the bottom line.
Got it. Okay, so for the ASVAB, each campus obviously administers it in a slightly different way based on their particular staffing, what they have available to them and stuff like that. So the test, of course, at this point, I know that a question was asked about CCMR and ASVAB, and currently ASVAB is not related to our CCMR accountability as far as that goes, but it obviously is related to students then turning into recruits and joining the military. And so at a basis, first thing that's going to happen is they're obviously going to sign up for the test because they want to look into that. And the test for high school is a little different than the test you get in the recruitment office because it has a career inventory built into it and that kind of thing. So that's actually a neat component. And then they're going to meet with the recruiter. The recruiter's going to provide them with some materials as well, but they also get study materials from the career counselors that they work with. And those study materials can be online tests. It would be the online apps. There's a lot of honestly free stuff that's out there. The Army itself makes a website, marchtosuccess.com, which provides them with ASVAB prep for them to be able to go through that and work through that. There's different campuses will also sit down with them and walk them through practice tests, things of that nature as they do that. And then we also have one campus that actually provides math tutoring for the ASVAB as well on a regular basis.
Well, that is good to know. I figured we had some sort of strategy. I may want to work with our administration to enhance those strategies. Like I said, partnerships are important. They're important in addressing social emotional wellness, but they're also important for these type of things. I also know that most, in my opinion, learners are stronger if you have a face-to-face engagement rather than online. So exploring those options, and at least it looks like. And then you answered the question about the CCMR, which I was concerned. So naturally, this is just going to be an added benefit for students. So certainly, spending money is going to be a question, but I think the tools are there. And you did mention one thing, that not all the high schools implement the program the same way. So this could be an alignment question for us, just to make sure that we're aligned in the way that we present these options. So
also the ASVAB is going to be changing the way that it works for us because the state passed a law that basically is going to make ASVAB an opportunity to get a CCMR point as a test for a program of study. That program of study being ROTC is falling under the CTE umbrella, and now that will be basically like their certification exam they're going to take. They haven't released exactly what those scores are going to be, but I think just having that as a point of emphasis, that it's going to enrich what we're doing as far as preparing kids for ASVAB as well.
And one other thing, my motivation for this ASVAB is also to help students identify where their natural abilities are, because ASVAB has sections in it that are more mechanical. So it will help a student identify where their strengths are. I've always said it's a free test. They should take it just to kind of get a better sense of where they're passionate about. So I liked it. So it is going to come forward then as a possibility to help us with CCMR.
It will in the future, next couple of years. They haven't released what those cut scores are going to be for what a passing score will be on the ASVAB, but I think that will help us make kids more aware of it, help us to focus more kids on that test, and honestly standardize the practice a little more across the district.
All right, well, more to come then. That's all I have for today.
One more interesting thing, this year, for the first time, recruiters have been the ones who have facilitated the ASVAB in the past, but now it's going to come to where we can facilitate that in-house with our staff, and so that's changing the way that practice is working. I think that'll also be an interesting way to kind of have more input on how the ASVAB ends up playing out.
Now, is that a bill from the legislature that's changing it, TEA? I guess I would want more information on that coming process. It's going to change CCMR, so that would be helpful to have.
Yeah, it's a bill. We can get that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, looking up and down the dais. No, since this was on here, just if anybody in our high schools is watching, just, I was looking at the taper that just came out, and our enlistment rate is, if I'm remembering right, I didn't print it, about double what the state average is, right? We got a lot of kiddos heading off to the military, and that's thanks to our career counselors who are giving kids options. It's thanks to our JROTC, our ROTC instructors who are talking about the military. It's about the LOTC instructors getting kids excited about it. It's about the football coach or the girls soccer coach, getting these kids to figure out what is best for them in their life. And, as someone who did 24 years and Mr. Macias has done, his military time too, it is such an amazing experience for our kids. So thanks to all the adults out there in the high schools that are making kids think about all of their options that are available. And being in Military City, USA, I hope we continue to see those numbers go up, because that is, especially in this economy, it's food and benefits, and I don't have to pay more than $24 for medical insurance for the rest of my life. So great options, and I love seeing them stand up at graduation and they're wearing their stoles of all the ones that list. I get a little teary when they do that. So thanks to everybody within that network at our high schools that is helping, and middle schools now too, that is helping with that. So.
And nobody cares about this, but just to piggyback on that, when I was 17 years old and I enlisted in the military, I only spent 6 years. I never knew that, because of my activation in Desert Storm, that it would qualify me to be buried at Fort Sam. So my great-grandfather is buried there, my grandfather, my father, and now I will end up there. I'm not excited to get there, but it's because of that military service that as a 17-year-old, I wasn't even thinking about where I would end up when it's my time. But knowing that I'll be there at Fort Sam makes me very warm and fuzzy. So the benefit has a lot to offer, and being a recruitment now, to students that may not even realize what that might look like.
All right, on to our last one on number 7, updates on trainings, conferences, events, board committee updates, and board norms. Okay, let's start to my left. Mr. Macias, you just had the mic on, so what do you got, sir?
Sorry, everything just flashes by. I've been visiting multiple campuses. I think I've visited 8 campuses over the last week, and I visited 2 more today. I just want to get out there and fist bump our employees, tell them thank you for your focus on our students. And that's about it for right now. So nothing left to say.
Mrs. Lee.
Okay, I did attend the at Candlewood Elementary School, where it's their 3rd year for the annual horse clinic, and it's really my first time coming in, and it's just sad that there's not like spotlight on them, because it was really a great event where there's like live music, and then just seeing the kids like enjoy being with the horse, and then like rodeo and stuff. It's just nice, and there's like free food, barbecue, all like the rodeo feel. And then I did attend the great play Wizard of Oz at Wagner. It was really great. I have my eldest son, he graduated there he did 4 years of the theater arts, and he was really amazed. Like, he was really hoping that during his time he would have like those how great the play is. And there's like a lot of like kids that attended, and just hearing the giggles and all the laughs, they did really a great job. So and the last thing would be the region band I attended at the Performing Arts Center. I just want to have a shout out to Wagner, because this is kind of like a great year for them for band, because I believe it was 19 students that got into the region, and 2 of them got to an all-state. So the concert, I believe it's going to be sometime in February on the convention center, so I'm excited to watch that. That's it.
Ms. Canoyer.
So I was glancing quickly through my calendar. I do try to go to a lot of events, and I'll just touch on a couple of things that we've been working on. I am a board liaison to the Judson Education Foundation, and one of my little duties is to help with the gala. So mark your calendar for March 20th. That's upcoming. I know that save the dates are going to be going out, but I want to make sure that we publicize that. It's a huge fundraising event so that we can continue with our grants and scholarships for teachers and for students. I also attended the Wizard of Oz production. It was fabulous. Really enjoyed it. The theater director at Wagner is the daughter of someone I worked with, and so really always excited to support that. FFA just had their ag show, and I was able to go out and watch some of the judging going on, and it's always truly a blessing to watch our students who are so excited about showing their animals and getting excited when they place and they have the ribbons and all that, and then they have a dinner to celebrate all that, and three of us were there for that as well. I'll let you talk about the reading stuff.
Okay, so I attended the Wizard of Oz at Wagner as well. The costumes and the props were really delightful. The way they did the flying monkeys was so cute. They had, people behind cardboard, printouts of flying monkeys. And then Toto was real for the first opening, a real dog, and everyone was so amazed. It's like, how well is he trained? They did a really great job. And then they had to retire Toto, apparently, and bring in a person and a puppet. And I think it might just be, maybe the dog's bladder is really small or something, but they couldn't continue him through the entire production. So we had a live dog, and then we had a student that handled a puppet, and it was just really, really cute. The Dorothy and Scarecrow, they really got into character. The Tin Man was really tinny. The Scarecrow was just really fun, threw herself all over the place. The Lion was great, too. They must study the actual movie or something. So they do really well with the attitude and the voice. The Good Witch was really good. And the Wicked Witch told me she practiced her cackle. It was excellent, and that's a lot on the voice, and she told me that she had practiced that. So it was an amazing production, a lot of fun, and just congratulations to all the kids, and thank you for the entertainment. I announced the reading contest at Wagner. We decided to go in person. I mean, it's also on the website, but I went to the lunch hours there. And we first start by telling them how much the prizes are going to be. We figure that'll get their attention. So the cash prizes really excites them. They cheer because they know they can go spend that card on anything they want. It's a Visa cash card. Then we tell them what it is. It's like, what do you have to do? You have to create an advertisement that pushes the idea of reading. You're selling reading. And they kind of go, huh? So we had to explain it some, but they're excited. The deadline is January 30th. You're supposed to have a maximum of 60 seconds. We'll show your commercials everywhere. We'll announce the winner in February. But above all, guys, this is such a service to the younger students because they need to see you as students telling them reading is good for you, reading is cool, everyone's going to want to marry you because you read. So they just have to make it exciting, and we can't wait to see what they come up with. The field is wide open. There aren't that many entries yet. Usually, human nature, we do it all at the last minute, but field is wide open right now. I will be posting a link on Facebook to take you to all the information and everything. And then I also attended the Ag Expo Awards and was just really proud of all the students. And J-Trees and all the team, Dr. Steele, everything you do, really, really hats off to you. Thank you.
Mrs. Poteet.
So unfortunately, my husband had an accident over the holiday break, so I wasn't able to get out at all. Just this past month, we've been kind of laying low at home and just trying to get him better and up and walking again. So I just want to thank everybody that reached out and, tried to help out or just, sent a quick note of, we're thinking about you. So like I said, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get out into the community, but I'm hoping that next month, probably closer to mid-month, I'll be able to get right back out there. I was really upset that I missed the production of Wizard of Oz, because it did sound amazing, and I'm sure my kids would have loved it. But again, thank you for everybody that reached out.
Yeah, so many amazing things going on in the district all the time that everyone's covered. I have some training coming up at my own expense. I feel like I have to asterisk that every single time. Leadership TASB is meeting in February. I'll be road tripping up to Amarillo with my 35 classmates, most of whom are board presidents. So looking forward to seeing those schools in the Amarillo area and then reconnecting, because so many school boards right now are going through school consolidations and being in the news, and like it's the group text is huge, right? Because everyone's kind of going through it right now, from Corpus Christi to everywhere else. So it's nice to have that whole cohort that, we share a lot of the best practices and on how to get through challenging times in school districts. So, and then excited, back to that, I'll be, Region 20 is doing their first conference up in Bernie in the middle of February too. So I'm looking forward to connecting with our regional board members here and doing a lot of training and learning with them. So I'll have lots to report back on by the time we get back from the February meeting. So excited to be sharing all of that and with you guys. Okay, now, all right, it's going to take me a minute to read because there's a couple of things on here, so.
Well, Ms. Ryan, I do
yes, sir.
I do have a motion for item, it's D, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to the issue of the status of superintendent investigation. I'd like to request that we have our own legal counsel in session. I know I made the request, and I don't think you permitted that. So,
Correct, sir. I think we're going to talk about that. We're going to go in and talk about it.
but I'd like legal counsel there. I want to make sure that we have
We have to talk
solid
about that
advice.
first.
Well, I'm actually going to
Okay.
make the motion so that they're in there. I don't want them excluded because we can't take action out there. So the action I'm asking now is that we have them, and if I need to make the motion now to include them, I will, because it's the will of the board.
I'm just saying, the discussion of reasons why they should or should not be in there cannot be discussed in this open forum. So that's my caution.
I disagree.
Okay.
So the thing is, I still want our legal counsel there. You may have your reasons and I have mine, but bottom line is I want them in that meeting with us. And so you said no, your reasons,
No,
without
sir.
saying them.
I didn't say no, sir. I said we're going to go back in the back room, and who's going to be in each of these closed session items is the first thing we're going to do.
Well, per my
So,
request, I don't want
I
to go
never
back
said
into
no.
closed session and come back out and vote. I prefer just to
So
get
we
it done
don't
now.
have to vote on that. When it's board consensus of which attorney comes in, that is not a board vote.
I prefer to have a board vote. I want to be above board and let the
Okay.
community know that
Well, the
I've asked
comments I
for
would
legal
have on
counsel.
that topic, we cannot do in open. So you'd have to make the motion, we'd have to go into closed and
So
talk about it and come back out and
I'm
vote?
happy to
Okay.
do that. I would want to avoid that step.
Correct.
But
I'm just saying we can't talk about that.
But I can already tell
out
you,
here.
your reason and rationale aren't legally protected.
Sir, I haven't even talked to you about this.
I'm aware because I called our attorneys. I know what the reasons are. So bottom line is, there's no legal
Sir,
difference.
don't put words in my mouth because I didn't even.
No,
talk.
I know you said them. I didn't put it in your mouth.
Sir, listen to the citizens at the beginning that said, can we all just get along like adults for the best of children?
And listen to the citizens at the compromise.
Okay.
And so I see no compromise in you. So I still move that we have our legal counsel, our Walsh Anderson legal counsel in session with us for that particular item that I just read, D, pertaining to the status of the superintendent investigation.
I second that. I definitely want our legal advice that's favoring the possible legal ramifications to us, the district. I want our attorney in there.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Ms. Stanford. Again, I'm going to jump in. I motion to postpone until after we go back and talk about this, because again, the comments related to this are prohibited to be discussed in open session. So
I don't agree. I think all that we're asking is they be in session. There's nothing illegal about
Okay,
that.
I have a motion to postpone on the table.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet to postpone action on this to the same meeting, just after we get a chance to go in the back room on things. So any discussion of the motion to postpone?
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm postponing it for a few minutes. I realize that it is a hassle to go out and then come back in, but I'm not comfortable discussing this out in open session at this point, and I don't understand why this is such a, why it's a bad thing to be asking that we do go back in closed to discuss this, because this is sensitive information, and I want to make sure that we're protecting all parties here.
And I would suggest that we pass the motion, and if we decide we don't want legal counsel there, then we just ask them to leave. So we're being preemptive. That way we don't have to come back and forth, because we can ask them to leave as well. So the postponement is, again, it's just easier to do it now. There's no reason why we shouldn't have our legal counsel in there. And if Ms. Ryan has a miraculous reason to say why they shouldn't be there, then we can just ask them to leave. So,
Ms. Cournoyer, you push the button, go ahead.
Yeah, I support having our legal counsel with us, and I don't think there needs to be discussion about it. I think we either say we want legal counsel in there to represent the school board and the district's interests during this discussion, or we don't. I don't think there needs to be a discussion of reasons why or why not.
I'd also like to point out that the attorney that we're going in there to meet is also our legal counsel. We hired him to do this investigation. So I'm not sure.
He doesn't have our interest in mind necessarily.
Actually, he's, okay.
He was-
Sorry, he's on retainer, they have to, they represent the board. Sorry, they
He would defend the board? He would defend the board in court against
Yes, anything
litigation?
related to this, yes, absolutely, it's right in the retainer agreement. Every attorney's, yes, ma'am. What?
I know
He's
that,
working
but
directly for us, yes.
But he's, in a certain way, he's working for us.
Correct, related to the topic that we're going to be discussing. He's our counsel.
he is not our board counsel, he's doing the investigation, and that's a distinction. And so
Correct.
we want board counsel in there
Even though they've
for
not-
legal advice. And there should be no barrier to that. We're just protecting ourselves. So we should have them in the room with us. And if you, again, Ms. Ryan, to your point, if you say something that makes a big difference in them being present, I'll be open to saying, okay, legal counsel, move forward. But I don't see anything you're going to say that's going to say that he can't be there. So I just think it's important for us to have our legal counsel present that represents the board's interest right now.
I really think this is a discussion that we need to have in closed session, because at this point it is, we do just need to vote on this to see where everybody stands. But because it is 3-3, we'll just have to see where it goes. I don't see any issue in going back and discussing this. I don't understand why walking back there and then coming back out is such a hardship.
Correct, because there's no action required on this. So just so you know, when we go back there, we are allowed to invite anybody we want in the room. Anybody. It's right in our policies, right? We want Miss Marilyn to come on in and talk to us. That is completely within our purview to invite Miss Marilyn back there to talk to us in closed session. There is no action required by that. It is just whatever the consensus of the board is in the back to invite whoever we want. This is not something that requires board action at all.
Well, I already
So-
requested our legal counsel to be there, and they were not invited.
They're already, sir, they're here tonight.
In
I
the
did invite
session,
them. They are
in the
here present
session
in the room.
related to the investigation on the superintendent. So I want them in that session, and I
Saying
already
that's false
request.
that they were not invited to this board meeting tonight. That is not true,
I'm not
sir.
saying they weren't. I said in that specific agenda item. And I already made that request, and you declined to have them invited. So that's why we need to make it a board
Sir,
vote.
you have not called, texted, or emailed me today at all, sir. For the record, people can have my phone. You have not contacted me once, sir.
And once again, I don't need to. So the bottom line
You
is.
just said you requested of me. Sir, you never contacted me.
I asked our legal counsel, is Ms. Ryan inviting you into the session? The response from our legal counsel is no. So, yes.
No, my response to him was, Mr. Macias needs to contact me, sir.
No, it was not. You
I have the
cited
text message,
all
sir.
of 2022. I can go into it.
All right.
You
Point of
said
order,
no.
guys.
Yeah,
Point of order,
Let's
guys.
just vote, because again, the truth is
Call the question.
absconded by some people, and we'll share text messages in closed session of the actual proof. So we have a motion to postpone on the table. Any other discussion of the motion to postpone? Okay, vote on whether to postpone. Okay, motion does not pass, 3-3. We are back to the original motion that allows district council that is not handling the investigation or superintendent employment into the closed session. Vote on that.
Well, right now, if there was already 3 noes, it's going to be 3 noes the other way too, which
Correct,
means we
sir.
won't be able to take action.
Sir, we have a motion on the table, we're voting on it. Cast your vote.
So this is to have
Have legal counsel.
Have district legal counsel that is not involved in that room.
It doesn't matter if they're not involved. They're a legal
Sir,
counsel.
I'm just stating which district counsel, sir, we have.
You're giving an
two.
opinion. It doesn't matter if they're
Okay.
not involved.
All right, so motion does not pass. All right, so the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Okay. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to and the status of superintendent investigation. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the proposed termination of Matthew Short's contract during the contract period for good cause. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, consider and discuss issues related to the proposed termination of Matthew Short's contract during the contract period for good cause. The time is now 9:23 PM, and we are in closed session. board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 1 a.m. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. All right, we will proceed with agenda item 9A. Do I have a motion? That's you, Ms. Kamara.
I can't get my mic on. I move that we approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Mrs. Potteet. And we will proceed to vote. Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Nobody push any buttons.
I haven't hit anything.
Russ, can you reset? Okay, he's going to mark you present. All right, sorry, Mr. Macias, we're voting on the personnel report as discussed. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me hit proceed. All right, go ahead and vote. Okay, motion passes 6-0. All right, then we'll move on to agenda item 9B. Do I have a motion on that?
I move to propose termination of the probationary contract of Matthew Short during the contract period for good cause as determined by the Board of Trustees, and further move to authorize the superintendent to deliver written notice, excuse me, to Dr. Short of this board action as required by law.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Potteet, second by Ms. Canoyer. If there's no discussion, we will proceed. All right, go ahead and vote on that one. Okay, motion passes 6-0. There being no further business, this meeting adjourned at 1:02 a.m. on Friday, January 23rd.